Yes,
for the
yes,
presentation. Okay. Sure. And
On that city, you cannot see the what happening.
okay. And my university asked me to send them photos
Oh, yes,
from
yes,
the
yes,
event.
yes.
So you'll have.
We'll take the photos.
Okay. Okay. Great. So, okay. Then I'll just leave my things and yeah. So this.
Did you say hello to the KNKES, the president? Not yet.
No, no.
Yeah.
If you want to
Yeah.
introduce us.
Yeah, check your screen.
마우스도
아.
사용하실 수 있고, you can use my
And I can
mouse, and yeah, you can use clicker.
Okay. Thank you.
That's right.
Hello, Hancock. Can you hear me? Yeah. Is the sound okay?
Sound is fine. Thank you.
Yep. And can you share the slide or?
I do not have slides.
Oh, okay. Okay. 안 들어오세요?
구조 연산. 네. 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 네네. 행사 시작 전에. 그럼 중요한 일인데? 그러면은 아예 시작 전이 아니라 그냥 그 한 9시 바로 직전에 그냥 얘기를 할게요. 잠시만요. 음료수 좀 조심해 달라는 거랑 그다음에 마이크. 그러고 나서 이제 본격적으로 이렇게 하는 걸로 할게요. 네.
테스팅 하나 둘. 테스팅 하나 둘, 둘 셋. 하나 둘, 둘 셋. 테스팅 하나 둘, 둘 셋. 하나 둘, 둘 셋. 마이크를 테스트합니다. 뒤에서 무선 마이크로 테스트 한번 해줄래요?
하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스트하고 있습니다.
네.
네,
소리 잘 들어오고요.
네, 소리 잘 들어옵니다.
선생님 소리 잘 들리시나 확인
네,
좀 해주세요.
확인했습니다.
그러면 저 통역 한 번만 들어볼게요.
네.
영어 듣고 있습니다.
This is the English channel. We are checking the English channel. This is channel 2.
지금
영어 채널입니다. 테스팅 하나 둘.
네, 선생님 지금
We are checking the interpretation channel. This is channel 2. This is channel 2, the English channel. We are checking the microphone for interpretation. We are checking the English channel for translation. We are checking the microphone to check if the sound is getting through. This is channel 2, the English channel.
지금 성함을 보니까
네, 지금 한국어 하고 계십니다.
네, 그러네요. 맨날
아닌데 원음 들어오는데?
지금 통역으로 되어 있는데.
테스팅 하나 둘.
예, 이거 영어 채널입니다. This is the English channel. This is the English channel for translation. We are checking to see if the sound is getting through. Please acknowledge this is the English channel. This is the English channel, channel number 2. We are checking the microphone. We are checking the microphone. This is English channel.
듣고 있을게요.
네, 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널입니다. 네, 영어 채널을 얘기하고 있습니다. 네, 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널을 테스트하고 있습니다. 영어 채널을 테스트하고 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널을 테스트하고 있습니다. 한국어로 바꿔볼까요?
통역으로 들어와요?
네. 지금 인터프리터에서 얘기하는 대로 여기 줌에는 들어오고 있거든요.
다시 한 번만 해보실래요? 영어?
영어로
영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널을 테스트하고 있습니다. 영어 채널을 테스트하고 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 영어 채널을 테스트하고 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋.
저기서 하는 대로 잘
영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널을 네.
안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시
Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference on Policy for Peaceful Coexistence and Inter-Korean Human Rights Cooperation will be beginning shortly. We ask you to take your seats. To avoid interruptions, please make sure that your phones are on silent or vibrate mode. We are providing simultaneous interpretation throughout the program. Please use the interpretation receivers on the table if you need interpretation. And please also make sure that you will not spill your drink in this room. And also please turn off the microphone when they are not in use.
안녕하십니까? 오늘 평화공존
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Tae-won, head of the Subcommittee on Human Rights from KANGS, Korean Association of North Korean Studies, and I will be moderating today's conference. I would like to thank everyone for your presence here despite your busy schedule. We will be looking into the policy for peaceful coexistence and inter-Korean human rights cooperation through our conference. And now, let us begin this conference hosted and organized by the Ministry of Education and by KANGS. First, we'd like to invite the opening remarks by Kim Nam-jun, Vice Minister of Unification of the Republic of Korea. Kang Yeon-seo, Director General of the Ministry, will be reading the Vice Minister's speech on his behalf. Thank you.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Vice Minister of the Unification Ministry, this is the Director General reading the text on his behalf. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you for attending this international conference on peace, coexistence policy, and inter-Korean cooperation in human rights. I would like to first thank President Seo Bo-hyuk and the members of the Korean Association of North Korean Studies for their hard work in organizing this conference. I would also like to extend a special note of gratitude to Professor Emeritus Moon Jung-in for delivering the keynote speech under the topic of peace, human rights, and the pragmatic diplomacy of the Lee Jae-myung government, as well as all the presenters and discussants who will be sharing your valuable perspectives today. Ladies and gentlemen, as the title of today's conference shows, human rights and peace are closely interrelated. Peace is the foundation of human rights, as we can see from the merciless wars around the world. Where there is no peace, there can be no human rights. Where there is no peace, humane life is not possible. Not even the minimum level of stable life will be possible. Respect for human rights fosters a society that is more peaceful and that fosters shared existence. And this positive cycle between peace and human rights is the major challenge that we must achieve on this Korean peninsula. When inter-Korean enmity is diffused, mutual distrust is overcome, and military tension is eased, there will be real opportunities for us to advance the human rights of North Koreans. When South and North Koreas work together, and when North Korea and the international community work together, the quality of life for North Koreans can also see tangible improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, since its inauguration, the Lee Jae-myung administration has taken proactive measures to transform inter-Korean relations from hostility and confrontation to reconciliation and cooperation, and from mutual distrust to trust. In his speech commemorating the 80th anniversary of Liberation Day last year, President Lee Jae-myung outlined the 3 principles of peaceful coexistence. Inclusive, peaceful coexistence based on mutual trust, stable, peaceful coexistence where the need for conflict is eliminated, and responsible, peaceful coexistence contributing to global peace. As these 3 blueprints for peaceful coexistence are put into practice, the human rights and quality of life for North Koreans will improve together. Moving forward, the government will spare no effort to realize a peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, to build a foundation for joint prosperity and change Korea risk into Korea premium. To ensure a substantive improvement in the human rights and living conditions of the North Koreans, we will pursue a peaceful and cooperative policy on inter-Korean human rights. Guided by our initiative to peaceful coexistence and development on the Korean Peninsula, this policy will encourage mutual respect and joint participation between the 2 Koreas. Beginning with areas such as persons with disabilities, women and children, fields where North Korea has shown interest and where receptivity is relatively high, we will seek phased cooperation. Moving beyond the binary division between civil political rights and economic, social, cultural rights, we will strive to comprehensive improvement across a broad spectrum of rights. I hope today's gathering serves as a meaningful stepping stone toward the Korean Peninsula defined by peaceful coexistence. Thank you very much.
다시 한번 뜻깊
Once again, thank you very much for the opening remarks. Moving on, we'd like to invite the president of KANGS, Seo Bo-hyuk, for his welcoming remarks. Please give him a warm hand.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. I am Seo Bo-hyuk, president of the Korean Association of North Korean Studies. I'd like to welcome everyone participating in today's symposium. I'd like to thank Minister Chung Dong-young and Vice Minister Kim Nam-jung for making this valuable conference possible. I'd also like to thank Professor Moon Jong-in for the keynote address. I also welcome all experts who will be moderating, presenting, and commenting today. And I'd like to especially thank those who have joined us from overseas. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to the Ministry of Unification and to KANGS who prepared today's conference. I'd like to take this opportunity to share just one message. It is the proposition that the issue of the Korean Peninsula is a global issue and that it can be resolved through a harmonious approach that balances peace and human rights. While this proposition has a theoretical basis, it remains a challenging task on the Korean Peninsula. A selective approach only drives human rights and peace further apart. The instrumental approach is also leading to the same results. Their harmony can be put into practice when based on the shared goal of human rights and peace, that is, the thought of promoting the dignified life of all peoples. Through case studies from other regions, reflection on existing domestic approaches, and multifaceted theoretical analyses, we will be able to gain much inspiration on this integrated endeavor. I hope that by effectively organizing the diverse opinions gathered today, we can advance into Korean peace and human rights cooperation on the peninsula based on solid policy principles and direction. For this, peaceful coexistence, especially sustainable coexistence, is an essential prerequisite. Today's conference provides an opportunity to explore a multifaceted approach that encompasses various actors, methodologies, and temporal and spatial dimensions. I hope that peace on the Korean Peninsula and the promotion of human rights come together in harmony to generate synergy effect today. The heat of summer is now giving way to autumn. I hope all of you reap a bountiful harvest. Thank you very much. That was the opening session, and now would like to take a moment for the commemorative photo. I would like to invite our distinguished guests up on the stage for the photo session.
주 내빈 여러분,
Our distinguished guests and our session panelists, presenters, please come up to the front for the photo.
그럼 기념 촬영을 시작하겠습니다. 정면에 있는 카메라를
So please face the camera in front for the photo session.
혹시 뭐 원하는 다른 포즈는 따로 없으신가요? 네.
Please face the camera for the photo once again. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
네, 감사합니다. 기념
Thank you very much to our guests for participating in the photo session.
이제 기조 연설을
We will now have the keynote speech. This will be given by Professor Emeritus of Yonsei University, Professor Moon Jung-in. He will be speaking on peace, human rights, and the pragmatic diplomacy of the Lee Jae-myung government, challenges and projects. So peace on the Korean Peninsula, human rights, the interconnections, and the tasks and the prospects that the pragmatic diplomacy of the current government faces will be presented. Please welcome Professor Moon Jung-in with a warm round of applause.
Are we beginning too early? I thought we were beginning at 10, but now it is 9:40, and I believe that I have been given 25 minutes, so I will try to adjust my time. Right, so first of all, thank you, President Seo, for inviting me, and also Professor Lee Myung-soo. You also extended the invitation, so thank you very much. And it's quite rare for me to be invited to a human rights conference. I have had written some papers on it, but so are my slides up? Not yet. So my slides have been prepared in English, but I see that there are more Koreans in the audience, so I believe that it would be better for me to speak and present in Korean. Anyway, so in the Vice Minister's opening remarks, and also in the welcome remarks by President Seo, we can see that the issues of human rights and peace, they are quite challenging. Now, ideally speaking, there has to be peace for human rights to be achieved. But then in reality, we can see that oftentimes peace and human rights are in a somewhat of a trade-off relations. In particular, North Korea would be the example. But now, when the Kim Dae-jung government was launched in late 1997, the first progressive government in Korea, and we can see that the human rights and peace have really been tricky issues. As you would know, President Kim Dae-jung, as soon as he took office, he talked about the Sunshine Policy, which was about reconciliation and cooperation with North Korea. Reconciliation and cooperation. And based on it, to gradually also secure the right to survival and even human rights in North Korea. So that was the policy, but of course, in reality, it also was faced with a lot of obstacles. So I will come back to this later on. But then what President Kim Dae-jung was the most criticized about was, so at the time, now East Timor. So President Kim was seen to be very actively involved in the human rights of East Timor and Myanmar, among other countries. But then they pointed out that not so for North Korea. So they were saying that this is a double standard, this is hypocrisy. So that was one of the sharpest criticism against him. And also in the succeeding No Moo-hyun government, it was in the similar line. So yes, it is good to cooperate with North Korea, but still the human rights issues, the human rights infringements in North Korea still remain. Now, in the UN resolutions against North Korean human rights, the South Korean government will abstain. So it seems as if there were a lot of conflicts between the Ministry of Unification and the NSC. And at that time, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Song Min-sung, he officially raised this issue. And also in the Moon Jae-in government, the same issues arose. So when we try to cooperate with North Korea, then we would have to respect the North Korean regime and try to strike reconciliation and cooperation. But then if we are to respect the regime of North Korea, then that meant that we had to kind of sidestep the human rights, because if we are to raise the human rights issues, then it seemed as if that would be a threat to the North Korean regime. So because of this, so of course I was a special advisor to the President Moon Jae-in, but then yes, I could see that it was a very important policy and strategic issue. Now on the flip side, so let's say if we are to pursue peace and remaining cautious about the human rights issues in North Korea. So that was the basic stance among the progressive governments in Korea. So then again, now looking at the conservative governments, they're saying the reason why we are pursuing cooperation with North Korea is to restore human dignity, to restore human rights in North Korea. So the conservative governments had been more hardline about the human rights issues. And as you would know, I'm sure that especially with the Lee Myung-bak government, the South Korean government got involved with a lot of the human rights issues in the international community. So we even appointed an ambassador for the North Korean human rights, and also got connected with some of the hardline conservative NGOs in the US as well. So at that time, unification policy with North Korea almost equaled human rights policies in North Korea. So then you can see that when it comes to peace and human rights, then for the liberal governments, it was about peace, then moving on to human rights. So peace first, and then moving on to the end of war agreement, then laying the foundation for human rights to lay the foundation for peaceful coexistence. So that was for the liberal governments, but then for the conservative governments, they were saying that without human rights, what good is peace? So human rights is the most important, meaning that human rights first, then peace and unification. So we could see that there had been different approaches between the progressive and the conservative governments in Korea so far. And we now are seeing the repetition of this same dilemma in this government, in the Lee Jae-myung government. So we did not participate as a sponsor in the UN resolution against human rights last year, but this year we did. So we did participate. So we can see that under the Lee Jae-myung government, there seems to be different tracks in this government with regards to the North Korea policy as well. Now, against this backdrop, I would like to shed some light on the Lee Jae-myung government's diplomacy for North Korea, and also to look at some of the challenges that the government must overcome. Now, as you would know, President Seo Bo-hyuk with regards to human rights and also North Korean human rights. He is the foremost scholar in Korea, but not myself. So for myself, I haven't really studied that much about North Korean human rights. But then I would say that my talk is coming more from my experience in serving in some of the governments of Korea. And I was also the head of the Kim Dae-jung Presidential Library when President Kim was still living. And I had also engaged in many discussions with him about North Korean human rights issues. So based on my experience in the previous government and also based on such experience, I would just like to give my talk and my thoughts about the issues in North Korea. Now again, given that we are in the time of Lee Jae-myung government, then I believe that it is worthwhile to take a look at the meaning or the definition of the pragmatic diplomacy of the current government, and inside this pragmatic diplomacy, what is the position of North Korea policy? Now, first of all, pragmatic diplomacy, of course, any policy has goals. I believe that in this case, there are 3 goals. First is about survival. So life and survival. Now, to ensure life and survival, then we need peace. So that is the first goal. Second is prosperity. So prosperity meaning shared prosperity. So not just for South Korea to prosper, but also for North Korea too. For North Korea to prosper, and also going beyond that for this region as well. So the shared prosperity on the Korean Peninsula and on the region. And the third, I believe, it has to do with our international profile, our national profile, because I believe that also has to do with dignity. So it has to do with human dignity, national dignity. So we also call this the national profile or the international profile. Anyways, I believe that it is also about the national dignity. And of course, one of the most important components of that would be, now, of course, no matter how pragmatic a diplomacy that you have, if we do not have any value orientation, then it would be similar to opportunistic. So in this case, the third, the human and national and universal dignity. So the orientation toward these values would be the third goal. So survival and peace, common prosperity, and human, national, and universal dignity would be the 3 goals of the pragmatic diplomacy of the Lee Jae-myung government, as I understand so far. Then in order to advance such policy and these values, then what would be the operational principles? First is primacy of peace. So peace comes first. So I believe that that is one thing that stands out. And that is probably in contrast to the Yoon Suk-yeol government's peace policy and the security policy. Perhaps this is, so I'm sure that you all remember what it was like under the Yoon Suk-yeol government. In other words, peace through might and force against force, meaning if North Korea becomes hardline, then we will also be hardline. And also among some of the figures in the Yoon Suk-yeol government, they even talked about unification, so northbound unification, spreading freedom. So they believe that bringing about peace and human rights, the best approach would be to eliminate North Korea, and we have the might to do so, appeared to be the basic thinking in that government. And I believe that I remember that Yoon Suk-yeol government really emphasized might. And I believe that Lee Jae-myung government is working against that. So when he was the candidate, and also even after becoming the president, he always emphasizes peace. So wherever he is talking about peace, and there are 3 arguments that he always repeats. So first is dirty peace or ugly peace. So even dirty peace or ugly peace would be better than any war being won. So that is the first thing that he says. Second is winning a war is good, but winning a war without fighting it is even better. And the third thing that he always mentions is creating the kind of peaceful conditions that would eliminate the need for fighting would be the best. So in other words, the third condition, in other words, creating the terrain, creating the conditions for peace, that is what we need the most. And it seems as if the Lee Jae-myung government's diplomacy is based on these principles. And I believe that those principles still stand to this day. So then, under these three principles, now in the Liberation Day speech, the president also talked about the three operating principles. First is respecting the North Korean regime. So going beyond recognizing the regime, he said respecting the North Korean regime. And the second thing is that there will be no unification through absorption, and third, there would be no policies of hostility against North Korea. So those are the three principles that he pronounced. And then now this year, at this year's Liberation Day speech, of course, the Vice Minister's speech also mentioned this, but then now he also talked about three principles for peace and coexistence. First is inclusive coexistence, and second is stable coexistence where there will be no need to fight, and third is to contribute to world peace. In other words, responsible coexistence is what we will aspire for. So it seems as if, again, the keyword peace is the central pillar to the Lee Jae-myung government's diplomacy, which is also, thinking back to President Kim Dae-jung's principles, then he also mentioned three things. The first is that we will not tolerate any military provocations by North Korea. Second, we will not seek, we do not even intend to work toward unification through absorption. And third is we will work toward exchange and cooperation to realize de facto unification. So those were the three principles of the Kim Dae-jung government, but now it seems as if the first and the second are no longer here. So in other words, not tolerating any military provocations by North Korea, that was not mentioned, and the second point the third, in other words, the third point about the de facto unification, but the word unification is also gone now. So then looking at the pragmatic diplomacy of Lee Jae-myung government, so taking a closer look, then I see that there are quite a number of interesting signatures. First is that there is the principle of trying to seeking truth from facts. So trying to find truth from facts. So looking and thinking based on facts, and then based on those facts, to derive or identify practical, realistic policies or ideas. And the one example would be the nuclear weapons of North Korea. So in the past, we would always talk about denuclearization. Denuclearization was always at the gateway to cooperation with North Korea. So denuclearization was always the beginning point of engaging North Korea, but then now in the Lee Jae-myung government, so when talking about nuclear programs of North Korea, then it seems as if the approach is that we will not place denuclearization at the gate. So the nuclear missile testing should stop, and the nuclear missile facilities should be downsized, and then over the longer term, we will move toward denuclearization. And that is probably because of the reality. So President Trump, I believe, now he mentioned that North Korea has 57 nuclear weapons. The Stockholm Peace Institute says there are 50 nuclear weapons in North Korea. And the U.S. Defense Institute says about 80, and in Korea, so we are talking about around 70. But anyway, so that is the truth. North Korea has them. North Korea has the nuclear program, nuclear materials. It also has 6 or more rounds of nuclear missile testing, and it is also saying that it has diversified its types and advanced them. So it is an objective cold fact that North Korea does possess nuclear weapons. And if we are to say that we will start engaging with North Korea only if it gives up on its nuclear weapons, really is not realistic. So I see that the Lee Jae-myung government's diplomacy, pragmatic diplomacy, one hallmark is trying to seek truth from facts. And the second is empathy, or trying to put yourself in the other's shoes. So I believe that there is also a very strong tendency to trying to put yourself in the other's shoes. In other words, trying to understand the counterpart's position, to recognize that, and then try to start a dialogue from there. And that is what was demonstrated in last year's Liberation Day speech, respecting North Korean regime. And that, I believe, was trying to show a very strong strategic consensus to North Korea. In the past, North Korea for South Korea was something to be overcome, to conquer. But now, it is about respecting North Korea, recognizing North Korea, and then based on that recognition and respect, we will lay the stepping stones toward dialogue and conversation. So I believe that this policy shows a very strong hallmark of empathy, or trying to put yourselves in other shoes. And the third is, it is a bit subtle. So when President Kim Dae-jung, in engaging with the Sunshine Policy, what he had emphasized was dismantling the Cold War structure. So that was at the heart of the policy, and that was about our own initiative, South Korea taking the initiative. So as long as there is Cold War, then inter-Korea cooperation will not be possible, reconciliation will not be possible. So Kim Dae-jung government really wanted to dismantle the Cold War structure, and that meant easing the hostility between the US and North Korea, and also easing the hostility between North Korea and Japan. So that was also similar to the 4+2 concept under the Kim Dae-jung government. In other words, the 4 neighboring countries would support, and the 2 Koreas will take the leadership in laying the foundation for reconciliation and cooperation. Now, coming to the Lee Jae-myung government, now President Lee said to President Trump that you be the peacemaker, I'll be the pacemaker. But then, when we look at the policy, then now through our policy efforts, we appear to be intending to lay the cornerstone to involve the 4 neighbor countries as well, but not so in a pronounced way as in the past. For example, under the Moon Jae-in government, we pretty much made it clear that we were going to take the leadership, and we were criticized from the conservative faction in Korea and also from the US as well. So this time it's more cautious, more low profile, but still we want to maintain the initiative. We want to take the leadership in trying to bring about peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Lastly, the government is working hard to form a public consensus, and Minister Chung in particular is engaging in that effort. And in 2 days, we'll be having the Global Korea Forum hosted by the Ministry of Unification. And at that forum, we'll be inviting both the conservatives and the progressive camps. And in September, Kinu will be hosting a conference in which both the conservatives and progressive again will be coming together to engage in the discussion, because public consensus is very important, particularly in the field of diplomacy and security. The government is also trying to employ both personnel from both camps, and I think that is the tendency of the current Lee Jae-myung government. So seen from that perspective, the pragmatic diplomacy of the current government has a strong character of seeking truth from the facts, and also an emphasis on strategic empathy. And thirdly, it is trying to be proactive rather than reactive in shaping the security environment. And lastly, there's an emphasis on national consensus based upon which foreign and national security policy will be pursued. And so that is the characteristics of the current Lee Jae-myung government as I see it. And so now at this point, we have this pragmatic policy, pragmatic diplomacy, and there is a peaceful coexistence policy that it is trying to pursue. So from the current government's perspective, what is their view on the North Korea human rights issue? Human rights, obviously, a right to peace, co-prosperity, right to live, and dignity, and the international profile or status of the state, and the national benefits. All of these are important concepts when it comes to human rights and human rights goals. And in fact, the current president, when he made mention about the situation in the Gaza Strip, also mentioned this. And those in the progressives camp say, Lee Jae-myung says he is progressive, but he tends to be very conservative on the human rights issue. And there's that criticism. However, if you look at the overall flow or direction of the human rights policy of the current president, there is indeed an interest in the universal human rights and a lot of emphasis. And as our Director General Kang from the Ministry of Unification mentioned earlier, peace is human rights. So without peaceful coexistence, human rights will not be possible. We see that evolving in Gaza and in Ukraine. If there's a war, you lose your life. So without the right to live, human rights overall, it doesn't matter. It's useless, because with war, the importance, the value of humans disappear. So the issue of human rights naturally disappear. With war, there is destruction, and with destruction, there is social, economic rights violations that occur in the field. So the economic, social, and cultural basic rights all disappear in war. And so without these basic rights, civil and political rights, CPR also naturally cannot be guaranteed. And so we have seen in places that have suffered war, such as Vietnam or Afghanistan or Iraq or Bosnia, Kosovo, and right now in Gaza and in Iran, what we see is that once there is a war that happens, the hierarchy of needs of Maslow, all of that just collapses at once. From basic human needs to self-actualization, which is the highest level of needs according to Maslow, which means a guarantee of the political and civil rights, all disappear. And so peace is very important when it comes to human rights, because without peace, human rights cannot be guaranteed. And without peace, if there's a war, the humans are all human rights. Humans themselves are their rights are collapsing. And so easing tensions and working to improve the human rights situation of the North Korean people through a gradual process and approach is very important, and humanitarian cooperation with the North, I believe, as a result, is necessary and is very appropriate. Another thing that the Lee Jae-myung government is emphasizing is that, he was previously the governor of Gyeonggi province, which shares borders with North Korea. So those people living in the border area, they are exposed to the danger of the provocative military actions between the two Koreas. So the residents are living in fear and constant concern. And that also is a form of violation of human rights. And so there's always been an emphasis on easing the concern and respecting the human rights of those people living in the border areas. And so there's been a ban on leafletting campaigns in this area. And I believe that we are gradually seeing a public consensus being formed on the importance of these actions to guarantee human rights. But of course, that there are those who are critical of the current government and the current president, in that it is not very proactive in abiding by and carrying out international agreements on human rights, which I believe is not necessarily correct. And so another important work that the current government is trying to do is have the reunion of families, and also the issue of abductees and the war prisoners, and how to address the grievance of the families and the victims, and also how to promote more reunions among the separated families. So we see that this is another area of effort of the current government. So overall, we see that the Lee Jae-myung government's concern over human rights, or effort over human rights, is similar to that of Kim Dae-jung, the Civil and Political Rights (CPR), and the what is even more important is the basic human needs. So the right to live of the North Korean people, and as well as the economic, social, and cultural rights of the North Koreans being promoted. That also is an important task that the current government is trying to tackle. And I think there's also this particular tendency in the current administration as well. During the Lee Myung-bak, Park Geun-hye, and Yoon Suk-yeol governments, on the issue of North Korean human rights, there were a lot of international activities. But a lot of people criticize this as megaphone diplomacy. Professor Han Seung-ju actually coined this term. So this was dubbed as megaphone diplomacy, which means that there is just this loud noise and loud voice, but there is no actual result. So rather than leading to actual human rights improvement, this megaphone diplomacy is going to just satisfy the conservative camps in Korea and in the US. So this is diplomacy just to show or appease these conservatives. But I believe that, rather than megaphone diplomacy, I would say the actual basic human rights or human needs of the North Korean people, that is what the current government is really trying to improve through pragmatic diplomacy and human rights policies. So I think that can be the characterization of the current government. However, it does face challenges. During the Kim Dae-jung, during my time as the head of the Presidential Library of Kim Dae-jung, we were archiving his work, and I realized that the biggest criticism that Kim Dae-jung had received was on the human rights issue. So, for example, with Ramos Horta, East Timor, and Aung San Suu Kyi, with all of these people, he had very close relationship, and they also played an important role. This relationship played an important role in Kim Dae-jung receiving the Nobel Peace Prize. So it was the same for both cases, Aung San Suu Kyi and Ramos Horta. But President Kim Dae-jung was very frank on this criticisms. He says that after becoming president, he realized that there is a trade-off relationship between peace and human rights. So he would bring the issue of human rights at the UN and other international conferences, but North Korea saw this as a threat against its regime. And so human rights is not simply a social and political issue, but it was a matter of the survival of the regime. But North Korea has a very different regime system. It has a 수령, or a supreme leader system, which means that the regime security is the same as state security. And so 수령, nation, party, military, these agents form a single body. And so if there is a criticism or attack against the supreme leader, Suryong, that is seen as a threat directly against the party and the military and the state. And so human rights, for North Korea is a matter of regime. And so when we talk about North Korean human rights, oftentimes regime change is mentioned, which leads to North Korea feeling threatened. And so peaceful coexistence is impossible in these cases. And so this enhances tension on the Korean Peninsula. And President Kim Dae-jung mentioned that I really saw firsthand what this is like after becoming president. And so if we continue to call out against North Korea on human rights, that is just going to lead to further impasse in our relations with North Korea. And who's going to take responsibility for this worsening relations with North Korea without any improvement in the human rights situation? I, as the president, have to take the responsibility. That's what he said. And so, it will lead to difficulty in easing tensions, difficulty in peaceful coexistence realization. And I feel that President Lee Jae-myung right now is experiencing similar situation. At last year's Independence Day speech, he mentioned the not just acknowledgement or recognition, but respect for the North Korean regime. So that is very clear recognition of the regime of North Korea, and the conservatives in South Korea began to criticize Lee Jae-myung. But Lee Jae-myung right now is mostly interested in how to avoid war, how to ease tensions, how to build trust, to lead to declaring war, the end of war. And so I think that is the most important issue. And secondly, Kim Dae-jung emphasized that human rights and basic human needs, so right to live, and there is a trade-off between the two as well. And Kim Dae-jung, as president, felt this and saw this directly. The fertilizers support to North Korea was rejected by the North, and humanitarian assistance itself was rejected by the North Korean regime. And this leads to practical problems as well. And so on human rights, between CPR and ESCR, so that is civil and political rights versus economic, social, and cultural rights, basically there is a trade-off relationship. And the third challenge is that there is a difference in the methodologies in looking at the North Korea human rights issue. So on the one camp, we need to engage, some say we need to engage in psychological warfare, exert pressure, and we need to plant the seeds of democracy in North Korea in order to guarantee human rights. And that is the traditional methodology, which I dub as interventionist, purpose-driven interventionist surgical operations school. But on the other hand, there is also those who call for indirect and circumventive Oriental medicine school type of approach. So, we need to continue to engage, and we need to strengthen civil society in North Korea. That is going to lay the ground for human rights and democracy. And so that we need to approach the human rights in North Korea in a circumventive way, according to this camp. And I personally think that Lee Jae-myung government is of the latter camp. So it is going for the second methodology. It wants to grow our influence against North Korea by building trust and building friendly relations first before tackling the issue of democracy and human rights. And there are a lot of criticism against Lee Jae-myung government on the ban on leafleting, for example, on trying to promote better relations with North Korea. And also international NGOs have been complaining about the lack of support for their activities by the current Korean government. And also in the US, there are anti-North Korean conservative forces also who are critical as well. And they have established a alliance with the conservative evangelical forces in Korea. And Steve Bannon and Moss Tan and Morton Jang and other personnel from the US visit South Korea, and they've been very critical of the current Lee Jae-myung government, saying that the current government just doesn't do anything about the human rights violations in the north. And that's another challenge that the current government is facing. And also, South Korea had abstained and also even sponsored resolutions at the UN against North Korea, and all of those actions have led to criticism. Now I have some time. I thought I had more time remaining, but President Seo is giving me the sign that it's time to wrap up. So in a nutshell, peaceful coexistence, exchanges, all of these, and we have to engage in all these kinds of efforts on North Korea in order to improve the human rights situation. But right now, there is no response coming out from North Korea. And secondly, we need to be very patient and prudent. So patience and prudence is key in our relations with North Korea, particularly in our society on the North Korean human rights issue. We tend to see polarization and politicization happening. So we need to be able to overcome this problem. And there is also the issue of information warfare, cognitive warfare, psychological warfare against the North. I don't think they're very effective. They're actually counterproductive from my view. And on the North Korean human rights issue, there are different camps or different perspectives: universalists, eclectic approach, contextualists, and others. And there's also tools-based perspective or approach, and Park Kyung-seo and Seo Bo-yeok, and I have written a paper also, and we talked about eclectic approach in our paper. So I think that's another option that we could consider. So should we approach this issue from a contextualist perspective or an eclectic perspective or approach? I think that is an important topic for discussion at this symposium. Lastly, threatening North Korean regime or megaphone diplomacy, those kinds of policies bring about a lot of counterproductive results in reality. So without peace, the basic human needs and human rights will not be realized. And so for peace, we need to be more prudent in our approach to North Korea. Looking at the past examples, in fact, in 2007 and 2018, at the Panmunjom, including the Panmunjom summit, I had participated in those summits 4 times. And so I engaged in a lot of discussions with North Korean people. So I know them pretty well. And as long as we don't raise the issue of human rights against North Korea, and North Korea understands that it can improve relations, it will improve relations with other countries. So we need to have more of these informal backtrack diplomacy-based efforts. And we have to ensure that we will not hurt the pride of the North Korean people. And I feel that is the most effective way to approach this issue. In the case of year 2000, we had engaged in this tactic, and this brought about major changes from North Korea. And civil society, yes, they have their reason for existence, and so they will carry out their activities. But at least for the policymakers, we could have this backtrack behind the scenes or behind the curtain approach in order to improve our relations with North Korea, thereby improving human rights in country. Thank you very much for your attention. So let us give another warm round of applause to Professor Moon Jung-in on his keynote speech.
Thank you very much. So we will now begin session 1. There has been a slight delay from the original schedule, but then I do believe that the moderator will be able to flexibly manage the time. So once again, a big hand to Professor Moon Jung-in for his passionate presentation. And now let me invite the moderator, the presenters, and the discussants of session 1 up on stage.
1세션 주제는 평화
The topic in session 1 is Peace and Human Rights on the Korean Peninsula, Theory and Global Practice. The moderator of this session is Professor Philo Kim of Seoul National University. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Philo Kim of Seoul National University, serving as a moderator of the session. And so I have been retired from the Seoul National University in January this year. And I was asked to make some announcements, and I know that I am running out of time, but now here you go. So the microphone, if you press the button on the microphone in the audience seats, if you are to press on it, then the microphone will go on and it will not be turning off. So please be aware of that, and also please make sure that you do not spill your coffee cups. Now then, in this session 1, it is about the theory and global practice of the peace and human rights on the Korean Peninsula. So of course we will be talking about peace and human rights and to share the global experience. And generally speaking, I would say that the substance or the general content has already been shared by Professor Moon. So I do get exposed to his lecture every now and then. I can see that they are really neat and really nothing to lose, nothing to discard, and just 100 out of 100. So thank you very much for that. And for me, it did not feel long at all. Now, yes, as was mentioned, universally speaking, then peace and human rights, they are intertwined with each other, and they need to move ahead together. So that is the ideal. But then again, realistically speaking, especially diplomatically speaking, then there are some, let's say, contrasts or trade-offs. So for example, if we are to raise human rights, then perhaps the dialogue for peace cannot start. And if we are to focus on peace, then perhaps the human rights have to be put at a back burner. So then perhaps that is a reality, perhaps in Korea. Then what about in other countries? So we would also like to listen to the experience in other countries. So from the countries that had also had some history of conflicts, and to learn about their experience of trying to tie peace and human rights in a compromised manner. So we have 3 presenters and 3 discussants. So I will first introduce them all at once, and then we will start the presentation. So the first presenter, I believe, is joining us via Zoom from the US. And it is Professor Landon Hancock at Kent State University. Are you on Zoom now? Yes, so I see him. Yes, great to meet you. And then the second presenter is from Hanshin University, and also a professor at Trinity College Dublin, and it is Professor Dongjen Kim. And the third presenter is from Cyprus, from the University of Central Lancashire, Professor Katerina Antoniou. And we now have the discussants. First, from Inna University Law School, we have Professor Lee Kyung-ju, and the second discussant is Professor Ellie Kim from Ewha Women's University, and the third discussant is from the Asia Department of Kyung University. We have Professor Hyuk-min Kang. So again, we have 3 presenters and discussants, and listening to them, we will be able to gain more insights about the international experience, and you can also look back to Professor Moon's presentation to think about how we can strengthen the link between peace and human rights, and also how other countries have tried to do so through their experience, and perhaps also we can also learn some lessons that could be applicable to the Korean Peninsula as well. So given that we have gone a little bit over time, now the presenter I thought should get about 20 minutes, but now perhaps down to about 16, 17 minutes, so within 20 minutes please. And then for the discussant, about 7 minutes. So now then, let me first invite Professor Landon Hancock. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Turn down my own volume. I'm honored to have been asked to speak to you today on the subject of peaceful coexistence and inter-Korean human rights cooperation. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I was in Korea until just the beginning of the month, but my classes started today. I do feel that I have to begin to admit that even with my long association with both Korea and peace studies, the relationship between the North and the South has not been one of my primary subjects of study. Therefore, I run the risk of failing to fully understand a complex relationship and a set of histories. In doing so, I beg your indulgence and hope that you will hear my ideas in the spirit in which they are intended, as suggestions that fall outside of the rubric of traditional mindsets regarding this relationship. These ideas stem from my extensive background in local peace building and person-to-person peace, where I have been concentrating on the idea that every citizen can have a role in peace building and even peacemaking. So for this presentation, I'd like to try and connect my own research background with the subject of this conference, and will run the risk of flouting my ignorance of the continuing relationship between the Republic of Korea and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, with regards to their political, economic, and social interactions. Before delving into the ideas themselves, I'd like to detail where some of these concepts come from. The first concept is that of functional coexistence, coined by my colleague Tatsushi Arai. This concept stems from his long work with college students from the US, mainland China, and Taiwan as they discussed and engaged in dialogue about the separation of the two Chinas across the Taiwan Strait. The notion of functional coexistence describes the ways in which individuals manage their differences and conflicts on a daily basis, sometimes engaging with them, but also sometimes sidestepping the more difficult discussions to focus on everyday reconciliation and peaceful coexistence. A related concept is Roger McGinty's everyday peace, which is best described as the forms of interaction that individuals in a divided society in the midst of conflict, which allows them to smooth over the sharp edges of disagreement and violence, to get along when conflict would otherwise make getting along impossible. This is exemplified by the kinds of gentle non-interactions that took place in Northern Ireland during the Troubles, where, as Seamus Heaney famously put it, whatever you say nothing. This was a mantra that allowed average citizens caught in a 30-year conflagration to manage their interactions without giving in to violence and escalation. Neither functional coexistence nor everyday peace are designed to address the deeper issues of a conflict situation. They are not supposed to lead by themselves to a resolution, peace treaty, or transformation of enmity into friendship. What they can do is begin changing people's mindsets about each other. They can encourage contact. They can create dissonance between what one party believes that the other party will do and what they actually do. And in a conflict like this one, creating dissonance is the place, or even next to, in the place or even next to decades of suspicion and enmity can be a large step forward. A third concept that I would like to introduce comes from Charles Osgood's seminal work on de-escalation, an alternative to war or surrender, where he introduces his strategy, the graduated reciprocation in tension reduction, or GRIT, with specific reference to the Cold War and the threat of nuclear annihilation. The most important elements of this strategy come from the initial action of the first party, who chooses to make a de-escalatory move announces that move openly and why it is being made, and then follows through. This move should be made unilaterally, without the expectation that there will be a counter move, and specifically without any demands for preconditions. As Chris Mitchell notes, for this conciliatory gesture to be seen as genuine, it should cost the parties something to do, and it should be done without the expectation that it will yield a concrete return. The idea for applying these concepts to the conflict between North and South Korea stems from an event that I was invited to about 10 years ago. At that time, I had been asked to attend the Jeju Forum on Peace and Prosperity, where I had a rather small role. But during one of the plenary sessions, I listened to a number of senior diplomats discuss the continuing tensions between the North and South. One of these individuals, I cannot remember who, indicated that food aid for the North should be made conditional upon a reduction in tensions or other concessions that the South and its allies sought on nuclear weapons or other issues. I remember privately disagreeing a great deal on this issue, thinking that by making such a basic need conditioned upon concessions, South Korea was giving up an opportunity to change the dynamic that has long bedeviled relations between the two countries. This brings me to my first proposal to engender some form of functional coexistence between North and South Korea. I believe that the South Korean government should resume food aid to the North, exporting its considerable food surpluses in rice and soybeans to their fellow Koreans in the North. Instead of framing this as simple aid, however, this action should be framed as a brotherly ethic of care, without any strings attached, and the amount should be substantial enough and systematic enough that even if the North Korean government initially refuses to distribute this aid to its people, they will eventually see that doing so will not cause their government any harm. Giving an annual gift of food to North Korea does not in any way absolve the regime of its bellicosity or its human rights abuses. It does not directly suggest that North Korea should change its behaviors toward the South, but it does do two important things. Firstly, it signals a direct attempt at de-escalation by South Korea. Studies in de-escalation, all largely stemming from Osgood's grid model, show that when a gesture of conciliation is made unilaterally and without preconditions, then it is more likely to be taken seriously. This is especially true when the gesture has some cost to the giver. Conferring a benefit by providing free food on a yearly basis without expectations of payment or change in behavior in return is a costly gesture to the South Korean government. It sends an unequivocal signal that the South Korean government is serious about changing its relationship with the North. Secondly, the provision of yearly food aid demonstrates an ethic of care for its fellow Koreans. By framing this aid not as solely humanitarian, but as a gift to a family member, the government of South Korea would be decoupling the provision of aid from political and geostrategic goals. Yes, this would require some measure of agreement between the two main political parties in the South. But it would also be a relatively painless way to induce a level of cognitive dissonance in the leadership of the North, who have long assumed that any actions taken by the South were in furtherance of dismantling that regime or the destruction of the North Korean state. This move would counter the current situation of food aid between the South and North, whose history dates back to the flooding in North Korea in 1995 and was sustained under a sunshine policy from 1998 through 2007. However, for the next 10 years, food aid was limited as successive governments sought to use it as a lever to extract concessions from the North, a policy that met with little success. This proposal jettisons the idea that food aid has a geostrategic value and instead places it in the service of reestablishing or reigniting feelings of shared history and culture. By framing the giving of food as a form of family loyalty, of recognition of the shared culture and history between the North and South. This proposal has the possibility of both acting as a form of functional coexistence and potentially creating a sense of cognitive dissonance. And to those who state that the North will no longer accept direct aid from the South, I say that this condition is one that can be sidestepped by agreeing to channel aid through any international organization acceptable to both governments. The idea here isn't for the government of the South to benefit from giving aid, but for the people of the North to benefit from receiving it. And after all, one doesn't give to family in order to be seen as generous. One does so because they are family, and one doesn't turn one's back on family in need. Beyond the proposal that South Korea give unconditional food aid to North Korea, there are a number of ideas to build upon functional coexistence between the two states who share one people. These are also not strategic, but are instead cultural and historical, and designed around a set of programs that are in existence in other places in the world. One form comes from the work of Joshua Weiss and his colleagues in their attempt to build people-to-people connections among conflicting parties in the Middle East, especially the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Their initiative, known as the Abraham Path, provides individuals an opportunity to hike along the biblical trail that Abraham, the patriarch of Judaism and revered by both Christianity and Islam, in order to meet the different peoples who live there and experience life as they do currently. The organizers of this initiative have created more than 2,000 kilometers of paths throughout the Middle East and have hosted more than 80,000 walkers in its 20 years of existence. The Korean Peninsula has many similar stories, both historical and mythological, which tie the Korean people together and which may hold the interest of others from around the world. Building on the basic coexistence that President Lee Jae-myung has recently called for, and hopefully a reduction in tensions following unconditional food aid, the two countries might agree to create a number of cultural tours to historical sites in both the North and South. In the North, this includes several UNESCO sites such as Mount Kumgang, the Goguryeo tombs, and several palaces and other sites in Kaesong. In the South, there are sites such as the Hanisa Temple, Hahoe Village, and Seongcheon Ilchulbong in Jeju, and many others. In addition, there was also some talk of creating a nature tour of the DMZ back in 2019, though this was limited to Korean citizens only and may no longer be running. Now, I understand that this kind of initiative seems very challenging to those both familiar with the historic enmity between the two countries. But I do note again that both countries share an extensive history that reaches into antiquity. They share a language, a culture, alphabet, and many other attributes. And yes, they continue to harbor many differences, most stemming from their experiences of Japanese colonization and the impacts of the Second World War, extending into their place as a primary site of conflict within the overarching Cold War. However, recent calls for coexistence rather than unification open the possibility of reimagining the relationship between the two Koreas. And by foregrounding the familial connection and shared history and culture, space may open for a kind of peaceful coexistence that not only has the potential for reducing tensions, but also for renewing connections between Koreans on both sides of the border. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 시간 잘.
Thank you very much, and also thank you very much to the time limit, and especially talking about the hostile two states on the Korean Peninsula. Against this backdrop, I thought that perhaps whether this would be possible, and perhaps this is a naive suggestion, but then now he mentioned that despite this backdrop, this is still needed for coexistence based on his historic research. So then in the end, I thought that yes, it might be worth a try, especially the food aid. And so rather than aid or humanitarian aid, more about brotherly care and also proactive giving and also through international organizations. So those were some of his suggestions, and also about the Abraham's path. So thinking about that, I thought maybe Tangun's path might be a possibility to really share something with North Korea. So thank you very much for the suggestions for everyday peace. Thank you.
Our second presenter is Professor Kim Dong-jin, who will speak on parity of esteem and human rights in peaceful coexistence, a comparative perspective on Korean Ireland.
Good morning. So thank you very much for having me at this important conference, and thank you, Professor Kim Byung-ro, for the kind introduction. So I want to approach the Korean question of peaceful coexistence from the perspective of people rather than states. To do this, I will borrow a principle from the Irish peace process, as Professor Hancock mentioned, a parity of esteem, and use it to read human rights in a way that begins with people, not states. So let me begin with a sentence from John Hume, a really renowned Irish politician. It is people who have rights, not territory. The Korean conflict is usually posed as a question of sovereignty and of the legitimacy of two states. For example, which states represent the nation and which should eventually prevail? Posed that way, the conflict has no settlement short of one side disappearing. I want to pose it differently. It is a question of people, of those who once aspired to a nation state that was meant to serve them, not the other way round. Parity of esteem, as I believe, offers a way of holding two incompatible aspirations together without requiring either to disappear before peace can begin. We are at an unusual moment. In the North, the DPRK has declared the ROK its principal enemy. The 2023 constitutional amendment enshrined the nuclear position as permanent and irreversible, and the 2026 revision introduced the territorial clause and removed the references to unification and to a shared Korean nationhood. In the South, unification by absorption is no longer a credible policy horizon, as Professor Moon Jung-hee mentioned, and policy language has moved towards peaceful coexistence. Meanwhile, the South-to-South conflict over policy on the North has intensified. The shared goal that once framed the peace process has gone, and what remains is the relationship. I believe, rather than rendering a peace process redundant, this development underscores that its central task was never territorial resolution. Its task is the transformation of a relationship. There is a sharp contrast with Ireland, of course, and it is worth holding on to. Ireland amended its constitutional territorial claim as part of a negotiated settlement, whereas the DPRK's revision was unilateral and entrenches hostile separation. The contrast is real, but the Irish experience shows that sovereignty disputes can be reframed rather than resolved in favor of one side. So before I turn to Ireland, one observation about language. In Korean public debates, the phrase human rights is more often heard as North Korean human rights violations, again, as Professor Moon Jung-hee mentioned. Rights become a weapon between states. Naming violations functions as a claim about the legitimacy of a state, and the defense is equally state-centered. Sovereignty and non-interference answer the accusation in the same register, and people fall out of view. The question that is rarely asked is this: what does it mean to begin from what people on the peninsula are entitled to, rather than from what states are accused of? So I'll briefly make 5 moves. This is the running order of my presentation. Why compare Korea and Ireland? Parity of esteem in the Irish context, what is it? Human rights from people to states and back again, the right of peoples to peace, and what we might draw from all of this. So why Ireland is interesting? First, durability. The relative success of the Irish peace process lies above all in the durability of its agreement, and that makes it worth studying from any protracted conflict. Second, historical parallel. colonization, division, and war. Third, existing traffic. Korean policymakers, academics, journalists, and civil society groups have been making study visits for at least a decade. I would add that both processes are unfinished. An agreement is not an ending, and the Irish case is instructive precisely because it remains open. So the parallel, interestingly, is older than we sometimes assume. Yanihagara Tadao's essay used Ireland as a warning that a forcible assimilation of Korea would prove futile. The identities differ, of course. In Ireland, competing British and Irish national identities, historically bound up with the religious community. In Korea, competing state projects formed through ideology and Cold War division, as we all know. But the underlying problem is the same: incompatible aspirations to nation statehood on the same territory, and disagreement within each community about how to pursue them. There are some overlaid states of division in both cases: a political border drawn across a single geographical unit, an island, and a peninsula, an antagonistic relationship between the peoples who occupy that territory, an interstate relationship marked by past asymmetry and colonialism, and divisions within its main collective about how to address these. And interestingly, the chronologies run remarkably close together. As you can see here, early framework attempts in the 70s, intergovernmental agreements in the 80s and early 90s, and then at the turn of the millennium, the so-called Good Friday Belfast Agreement and the June 15th Joint Declaration. Both processes were recognized by the Nobel Peace Prize. After that, the paths diverged. One had states broadly on course. In the other, a comprehensive agreement remains elusive. In terms of comparison, though, conflict resolution mechanisms cannot be mechanically copied, nor is it one-directional. In my research on interaction between Korean and Irish peace builders, Irish participants reported learning from Korea as much as the reverse. I have described this as reciprocal empowerment. Ireland, in other words, is a lens rather than a template. It allows Koreans to examine protracted conflict without being ontologically constrained by their own divisive reality. So to the principle itself. Parity of esteem holds that the Irish nationalist and British unionist communities must receive equal respect, recognition, and treatment. It is written into the 1998 agreement as a governing principle, not merely as a sentiment. Governance by partnership rather than majority rule, all major parties are able to sit in a power-sharing agreement in government, and the birthrights to identify as British or Irish or both. Here is the move that is easy to miss, and it is conceptual pivot of this talk. The state grants equal value to two opposing constitutional goals: to remain part of the United Kingdom and to live and form a united Ireland. Neither aspiration has to disappear before peace can begin. Both identities are treated as legitimate, and both are expected to survive. Enshrining the principle did not end contestation over its interpretation. However, its significance is self-evident. Because disparity of esteem, the experience of disrespect and denigration will block any durable settlement. This brings me back to Hume's premise. He argued that Irish unity, if it meant anything, had to be about people rather than the physical land. What followed was settlement organized around three sets of relationships, as you can see from the slides. Now let me briefly turn to human rights and to a structural observation rather than a criticism. The international mechanism is organized around right holders and duty bearers. Individuals hold rights by birth of being human. States are obliged to respect, protect, and fulfill them. That structure determines what the local conversation becomes about. The subject shifts from what people are owed to what a state has done. On a divided peninsula, that shift maps directly onto the contest between two states. And the question of what people themselves might claim together quietly drops out. Yet the founding claim was about people. Article 1 of the Universal Declaration, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Article 2 matters even more. Everyone is entitled to the rights set forth in the Declaration, and no distinction shall be made on the basis of the political, jurisdictional, or international status of the territory to which a person belongs. That sentence was written for exactly this kind of contested status. Rights were never made conditional on the settlement of sovereignty. In the Korean case, rights language is observed into the confrontation. It confirms each side's view of the other, and it creates no shared ground. The alternative is to begin from people on both sides of the DMZ and to ask what they are entitled to expect, including the conditions of peace itself. Let me be clear that this is not an argument for silence about violations. It is an argument about where the conversations begin. There is a further step, and it is already in the international records. In 1984, the Declaration on the Rights of Peoples to Peace stated that the peoples of our planet have a right to peace. In 2016, the Declaration on the Right to Peace stated that everyone has the right to enjoy peace such that all human rights are promoted and protected and development is fully realized. On a divided peninsula, this reverses the usual question, not whether a state deserves recognition, but whether people are being denied peace. So the two lenses meet. Parity of esteem offers equal respect for two aspirations about the nation state, neither of which is required to disappear. The right to peace holds that everyone is entitled to peace, whatever the political or jurisdictional status of the territory they belong to. Both rest on the same premise, that a state exists to serve the people who live under it, not the other way around. Together, they allow a peace process to proceed while the constitutional question stays open. So 4 implications briefly. First, could we change the question from what each state stands for to how the two might come to relate to one another? Second, could we read right as an entitlement of people rather than as an instrument between governments, and include among those entitlements the rights to peace itself? Third, how could we protect and widen civic space? As Professor Langdon Hancock mentioned, the engagement of the 2000s showed what becomes possible when people are allowed to meet. Fourth, could we treat peaceful coexistence as legitimate in its own rights, a goal rather than a staging post towards incompatible destinations? So let me close where I began. The turn away from political unification does not make a peace process redundant. It clarifies that the task is relational rather than territorial. Parity of esteem shows that two irreconcilable aspirations can be held together, provided it is granted equal standing. Read from the side of people rather than states. Human rights point in the same direction, and the right to peace makes that explicit. And the work of building that recognition belongs in large part to people themselves. It is people who have rights, not territory. So thank you so much. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Kim Dong-jin. The perspective of he presented a peace perspective on human rights and also the transition to a relationship-based approach and perspective, and also the reinterpretation in that we're talking about the rights of people and not the territory or the state, and that coexistence based on a relationship of parity or parity of esteem is very important. So he presented a big picture of peace and gave a reinterpretation of human rights through that lens of peace. So thank you very much.
우리
And now, last but not least, in this session is Professor Caterina Antonio. So please go ahead, 17 minutes.
Very much. Thank you everyone for being here today. I will focus this presentation on Cyprus with a bit of a background overview of the conflict and the conditions for peace there and human rights, and then we can explore more of these concepts during the discussion. So Cyprus is an island in the Eastern Mediterranean. As you can see, it's home to a Greek-speaking, ethnically Greek majority and an ethnically Turkish minority. And during the middle 20th century, it experienced conflict soon after its independence in 1960, when the two communities engaged in interethnic violence, and this led to the eventual military intervention by Turkey in 1974, which essentially led to the geographical partition of the two ethnic communities. So the Turkish Cypriot community now resides in the northern part, and the Greek community lives in the southern part, separated by a buffer zone that is administered by UN peacekeeping forces. Now, this is considered a de facto arrangement until a peace settlement is agreed through negotiations between the two communities. Now, what I wanted to focus on today was discussing peacemaking in Cyprus, so the discussions for a peace settlement that have been taking place on track 1 level or in the leadership level, and at the same time discuss peace building in Cyprus, which is essentially the work that has been done on the ground with civil society and peace activists trying to bring the two communities together for reconciliation. Starting with peacemaking in Cyprus, a few of the main highlights is that peacemaking has been taking place through a UN-mediated negotiation process between the leaders of the two communities. On behalf of the Greek Cypriot community, it's the President of the Republic of Cyprus, which is the internationally recognized sovereign entity in Cyprus, and the Turkish Cypriot leader speaks on behalf of the Turkish Cypriot community, which is under a self-declared state, but that is only recognized by Turkey. So at the moment, and in comparison to the situation in Korea, the state administration in the north is not internationally recognized as separate. Some major landmarks and achievements were that it has been agreed that a future for Cyprus would involve a constitutional federation. So Cyprus could reunite under a bizonal, bicommunal federation. This was agreed as early as 1977. In 2004, we had the only peace settlement that was agreed by both communities that reached the two communities in separate referenda. Unfortunately, the Greek Cypriot community rejected that plan, so it was never implemented. And then more recently, the negotiation process also reached a near agreement point in 2017, but unfortunately that was not the case. So until today, we have discussions over revisiting the process of negotiations over having a new peace settlement, but this has not been, there hasn't been any final progress on a peace settlement yet. Now, despite the lack of a settlement, there have been important steps for coexistence that have been taken on the leadership level. So the two leaders throughout the negotiations period and throughout their discussions progressed to agree on certain measures called the confidence building measures. So these were essentially trust building applications that were for the benefit of the people in both communities, and these were implemented despite the lack of a comprehensive settlement. Now, I will give two examples. One was agreed in 2003, the other was agreed in 2008. In 2003, for the first time after the geographical partition of the communities, which happened in 1974, so nearly 30 years later, it was possible for the communities of Cyprus to cross to the other side. So the buffer zone was, there were checkpoints or crossing points that were established alongside the buffer zone, and these have increased further from 2003 until today. So this allows intercommunal movement across the island, and it's possible for Greek Cypriots to visit the northern part of the island and for Turkish Cypriots to come to the southern part of the island and also to do that as citizens of the Republic of Cyprus. So this is, in terms of human rights, this has been a major achievement because it allowed the right of access of the citizens for the island throughout. This was also accompanied by another achievement. In 2008, there was the agreement to appoint technical committees that would be dealing with certain issues that were island-wide. These technical committees would include appointed members of technical experts or technocrats from both of the ethnic communities. So all of the technical committees, which today are 13 in total, rely on the collaboration of Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot experts under the approval and the appointment of the two leaderships. So this has been a significant development for issues such as crime or crisis or health or cultural heritage or gender or youth more recently to be addressed on an island-wide scale. One example of a successful initiative under the technical committees has been the protection of immovable cultural heritage. And this has happened with the securing of external funding, mainly from the European Union, to restore and conserve religious and other monuments of heritage importance across the island. So before 2008, for example, Greek Cypriots were not able to access their churches or religious monuments in the northern part of the island. These were, to a large extent, left in decay. Some had been destroyed during the war and the armed conflict. And through the work of this committee, a lot were able to be restored. And because of the agreement of crossing, enabling right of access, it was possible for many of the Greek Cypriot displaced individuals to access, as communities, access their local church from the village they were displaced, and to perform religious service there. So again, this is, it goes back to human rights that have been achieved even in the absence of an agreement, including the freedom of movement, the right to religious practice, and of course, the protection of cultural heritage across the island. Now, I want to move to another large chapter of peace work in Cyprus, which happens outside of the state leadership component. So this is in addition to peacemaking efforts, we have peace-building efforts that have taken place under the support of international peace-building agencies. And the United Nations has played a very critical role in Cyprus for providing funding, for being a reliable authority under which Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot peace activists were able to meet. We are starting from as early as the late 1970s, when the respective municipalities in the Nicosia district were able to collaborate in order to have a common plan for urban planning and even the sewage system of the city, which the city was now divided, but the sewage system was still unitary. So it had the city had to have its authorities collaborate in order for the city to function properly. So after that initiative that happened across the Nicosia municipalities, the Turkish Cypriot mayor and the Greek Cypriot mayor of the two sides of divided Nicosia, we also had increased presence by different United Nations bodies, and they provided support for the first bi-communal meetings to take place. These meetings soon developed into local advocacy initiatives for peace. Many of the initial activists formed intercommunal civil society organizations, and until today there is a local civil society working on peace and working on intercommunal relations that has been flourishing. One example of the achievements of peace building is the case of the Home for Cooperation. This was a building that was abandoned within the buffer zone, so it was in a bad condition. And soon after, civil society initiatives started forming around peace building. Many local efforts, including the owner of this building, were done to establish special permission for accessing this building within the buffer zone, to restore it, and then use it as a venue that was accessible by both communities without necessarily crossing to the other side. The Home for Cooperation was launched in 2011, and it has been used not only by locals for meeting and having intergroup collaboration, but it has also been a venue and a point of reference for international peace professionals that have been coming not only through international organizations, but also as individuals. So individual researchers or student groups from different universities looking into conflict and peace have been using this space as a reference point for learning more about the people's peace efforts on the ground in Cyprus. And here you can see the restored building. Now this is in one of the crossing points of Nicosia. So again, this was made possible because of the initial agreement of having the ability to cross, having the right to access the two communities. And this, which was a part of the buffer zone that was not did not permit civilian access, today is able to have people walk through more openly. And of course, this is an isolated case study because Cyprus is still divided by the buffer zone. You can see the condition of 50 years of division and lack of civilian access to these buildings. So a lot of these remain in bad conditions. So what could be future prospects for peace in Cyprus, considering both the peacemaking and the peace-building level in Cyprus? an initial a focus that I would like to adopt here is a people-oriented focus. So we have seen that throughout the decades of efforts for peace in Cyprus, the two leaderships often reach a deadlock. So the question is, why don't we involve the people? And maybe we can involve the people both in the peacemaking process through civic assemblies, and when it comes to peace building, to involve people from outside of Cyprus and also have these discussions outside of Cyprus through peace building tourism. Now, first looking at civic assemblies, which is a form of deliberative democracy, essentially civic assemblies is facilitated dialogue that can allow civilians to provide feedback to policymakers. So when the leaders reach a deadlock, these civic assemblies can be established so that there could be public support for moving forward, or maybe there could be public pressure for moving forward with a peace settlement. Civic assemblies can be seen as a form of civic diplomacy. I know something that was mentioned before was informal diplomacy, and it seems that it's a common theme to look at people's agency for peace and peaceful coexistence. So civic assemblies can be a form of civic diplomacy within a state, and it's possible for these civic assemblies to work directly to inform the Cyprus peace process. One example that has already been implemented in Cyprus was the CUP project, or a project on updating the Cyprus peace process. It was implemented by local peace civil society organizations led by the Cyprus Peace and Dialogue Center. And it has been a tool for understanding the challenges and the opportunities for implementing these forms of civic assemblies. Now, when it comes to peace-building tourism, which is civic diplomacy outside of the state or across different states, we are essentially talking about professionally motivated travel for peace building and conflict resolution. So I think one example I can give is myself as a peace building tourist here in Korea today. So a peace professional that can travel to potentially other conflict settings or other settings that can provide increased awareness on issues of peaceful coexistence. Discussing Cyprus and Korea together, or Ireland and Korea together, can again be a form of exchanging views, practices, and initiatives that have taken place in one country, but maybe they can form a lesson for another country. So peace-building tourism, which can be seen as a subset of peace-building tourism, can have many different impacts. It could be someone that simply attends a conference or gets more information about what the work that they do as a peace professional, but we can also have what is called an active peace-building tourist, someone who intentionally informs or fosters peace in another country, or intentionally takes input from other conflict settings for their own research, for their own initiatives, or for future projects that can benefit the peace and the peace building in another country. And peace-building tourism can have impact in various ways. They can have essentially, they can help foster these translocal peace-building alliances where we have continuous exchange of ideas between peace professionals across the world. So this essentially forms a global network for supporting peace and supporting how peace can be implemented in different settings. Essentially, peace tourism can be a form of civic diplomacy that gives agency, even if we cannot necessarily influence policy within that time frame in our own society, maybe that's something that can be done through other occasions or through other settings. So overall, peace-building tourism can be a concept that informs Cyprus and can inform other settings, particularly through the development of international peace-building networks. And here I would like to conclude by saying that in addition to peace-building tourism and civic assemblies that form examples of civic diplomacy, it's important to look at the agency of individuals. It's important to see the agency and the knowledge and awareness raising that comes from peace professionals, even when these are outside of the states, even when they're not representatives of their states. And essentially look at how not only Cyprus, but this dialogue for Cyprus and other conflict settings can assist in fostering peace across our divided societies. So thank you very much.
예, 고맙습니다. 카타리나 안토니오 교수님 감사합니다. 아마 시민권이라는 차원.
Thank you very much, Professor Katarina Antonio. So she talked about the case of Cyprus from the perspective of the civic rights. So in comparing to Korea, then yes, about 20, 30 years ago, perhaps there were more brisk exchange between the two Koreas, but now I see the Cyprus case and I am quite envious of the current exchanges. So if there is an agreement on the peace structure, and if there is also some kind of arrangement about the border control, then perhaps you can also ensure accessibility to the residents of both Koreas. So for the displaced people and those who lost their families, then perhaps I believe that we will be able to grant them heightened accessibility to both residents. And that would also improve human rights and also heighten the role of the citizens as well. Of course, there are roles for the government and also roles for the international organizations like the UN, but also for the citizens, perhaps in the form of civic assemblies and also through tourism as well, peace-building tourism. And so again, looking at the case of Korea, then based on our experience and also with the vision for the future, perhaps we can also make some preparation to link between peace and human rights. So thank you very much. And the presenters have saved us quite a lot of time. So despite the late start, we are now back on track.
And now it's time for our discussants to also keep to the time limit. First, we'd like to invite Professor Lee Kyung-ju. You have about 7 to 8 minutes for your discussion. It's nice to meet you. I am Lee Kyung-ju, professor at Ina University School of Law. I listened with great interest to the presentations by the three speakers on the international community's experience with peaceful coexistence and human rights. I believe these experiences will offer practical assistance in developing a policy of peaceful coexistence on the peninsula. While listening to the three presentations, my personal impression is one of how much things have changed with time. I've continued to conduct comparative research on peace on the Korean Peninsula from the perspective of constitutional law, and I realize that things have changed dramatically over the years. In the past, peace was discussed under the themes of division and unification, and so many Korean researchers took East and West Germany or North-South Vietnam or North and South Yemen and China and Taiwan as objects of comparison, whether as cautionary examples or as models to follow. But I sense that the objects of comparison have now gradually shifted to Ireland and Cyprus. The motivation for comparative research lies in timeliness and relevance to the present. In that sense, I again feel that the issue of peace on the Korean Peninsula is shifting toward the issue of coexistence. And we have a change also to a relationship of two countries who want unification, but now they're transitioning to two separate states. And so we want to maintain good relations, but to remain as two separate states. And I really agree that peaceful coexistence now has become an important focus, and I agree that it has become very important. And for peaceful coexistence, we have to focus on the right of peoples to peace. Previously, when we thought about peace and human rights, we thought of them separately. We thought that peace was on military diplomatic policy and human rights was a matter of legal rights. However, their close interaction or interconnection was confirmed by all of humanity through the experience of World War II. And this was reflected in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. However, going a step further, in 1984, the UN, through its Declaration on the Right of Peoples to Peace, confirmed that peace itself is a human right, and that the protected legal interest of the right to peace is not state security but human security. And the UN General Assembly's 2016 Declaration on the Right to Peace reminded us that the holder of the right to peace is everyone. The right to peace consists of various protected domains, and I believe they can be separated into three broad domains. First, it consists of the right to create a state without war, that is peacekeeping. The second is the right to reconciliation, communication, and exchange, which is peacemaking rights. And the third is the right to the institutionalization and normalization of peace, which is on peace building. The Korean civil society, centered on the Peace and Disarmament Center of PSPD, People's Solidarity for Participatory Democracy, has advocated the peace state theory, and an important key word here is the right to peace. And this theory holds that even without unification, peaceful relations are important. So we can deal with unification gradually or slowly, but what it has to be prioritized is peaceful relations, and that such relations can in fact promote unification making. It is a kind of new theory of peaceful unification. And I believe the theory of peaceful coexistence is not ultimately inconsistent with the peace state theory. First, Professor Landon Hancock spoke about how achieving peaceful coexistence requires managing differences and conflicts between the two sides, and discussed functional coexistence as a new approach. In the past, even when we provided food assistance, it was made conditional on concessions regarding some issues such as tension reduction or denuclearization, or it was used to leverage to extract concessions. However, we really need to think out of the box. As Professor Hancock seems to suggest, we need a new change in thinking. For functional coexistence, Professor Hancock noted that assistance should be unilateral and unconditional, guided by an ethics of care and cultural and historical rather than strategic in nature. So this is my question for Professor Hancock. First, what might be the trigger or conditions for functional coexistence based on ethics of care to transform into organic coexistence? Second question, regarding the strategy of GRIT, graduated reciprocation in tension reduction, you said that the most important element is the first party's initial action, which must be taken unilaterally without demanding any preconditions. So I wonder whether this corresponds to what international law calls international act of states theory, and if so, whether such acts carry binding force. Next, Professor Kim Dong-jin noted that we need to recognize that the policy language between the two Koreas has shifted from unification to peaceful coexistence. Professor Kim explained, using the case of Ireland, which shares historical similarities with Korean Peninsula, that adopting a policy of peaceful coexistence does not render the existing peace process meaningless. The concept of birthright, one of the core provisions contained in the 1998 Belfast Good Friday Agreement, seems to be a representative example of how the principle of parity of esteem was embodied in the agreement. And this is because, as John Hume said, it is people who have rights and not territory. So this seems to offer an important implication that the agreement needs to be reached not on the issue of territory, but on the issue of relationships. This connects with the idea that, as with the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights issues are not conditioned upon the resolution of sovereignty issues. It's also consistent with the 1984 and 2016 declarations on the right to peace. So based on this, Professor Kim seems to have suggested that peaceful coexistence need to be established not as an intermediate stage, but as a legitimate goal in itself, and that peace is relational rather than territorial. So my question for Professor Kim is as follows. First, the government's discourse on human rights on the Korean Peninsula has traditionally centered on North Korean human rights. By contrast, civil society's discourse on the peninsula began with North Korean human rights and has since developed into a broader discourse across the Korean Peninsula. And in terms of the content, it has evolved from civil and political rights to social rights and then now to the right to peace. Methodologically, it has developed mainly around technical cooperation for human rights. So I would like to ask how you would assess such technical cooperation on the theme of human rights or the right to peace. Does it have significance or not? As you know, North Korea is being criticized for human rights issues, but it is a party to different human rights conventions of the UN. And now, rather than pressuring on the contents, maybe we should focus more on the technical cooperation, in other words, on the methodology. So what do you think is the significance of such shift towards the methodology? And my second question is, well, depending on how the North Korea-US relations develop, the theory of peaceful coexistence could face a peace regime without denuclearization, or a peace regime in the form of communicating with the US while blocking the South Korea. In such a case, I'd like to ask your opinion on what preparations inter-Korean relations should make in order to realize the right to peace. In our society, there's been peace movement, and Jung Uk-sik, who is a peace activist or theorist, what he has said is that we need to consider normalizing ties between the two Koreas for peaceful coexistence. And of course, he's putting that proposition in a cautious fashion. But what do you think what is your view on that? Next, Professor Katerina Antoniou spoke about peace and coexistence after conflict using the case of Cyprus and confidence-building measures. The 2003 agreement established the right to move throughout the entire island, and the result of the 2008 agreement, as a result, the parties agreed to establish a joint technical committee for the implementation of confidence-building measures. And as a result, the Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage was established, and this committee achieved the restoration and preservation of cultural heritage and monuments. And as you mentioned earlier, Home for Cooperation, which hosts events for the community, was established, and you presented the practical model of citizen participatory peace-building tourism. And now these are the questions I'd like to ask to Professor Antoniou. First, what was the background that led to the agreement to first open the Green Line in 2003 and to open the Ledra Street crossing in 2008? So as is the case in inter-Korean relations, did you have a major crisis which led to eventually this effort to overcome that, which led to these openings? And my second question is, in Cyprus, I think that you might have had some maritime boundary disputes or issues as well, because on the Korean Peninsula we have between the two Koreas the issue of NLL, Northern Limit Line, and so we had agreed on a peaceful coexistence policy as a result. So did you have similar cases of maritime boundary disputes in Cyprus? Thank you very much. Thank you for the summary as well as the questions to our presenters. Next is Professor Kim Ellie.
Good morning, this is Ellie Kim. Now, I study peace, feminism studies, and so explore the various topics related to that. Now, listening to the three presenters today, then coming to the inter-Korean relations, so in other words, the relations between the RRK and the DPRK, so I learned a great deal about how to address these tricky issues. Now, of course, the inter-Korean relations, we need to redefine them. In 2023, Kim Jong-un announced the two hostile states, meaning that we now need to approach this from a different perspective. Then the Unification Ministry in 2026 also officially called North Korea Joseon instead of North Korea. So what we call each other also shows how we define the relations and how we try to construct these relations. Now, so far, South Korea have always seen Joseon as the number one enemy. At the same time, we also saw the residents as our compatriots, but also at the same time saw the state as very underdeveloped. So there's also the sense of anti-communism and development orientation, so highly South Korea-centric perspective. In other words, calling them names that are not South Korean-centric but North Korea-centric, I believe, is giving them recognition. Of course, there is still tension that needs to be coordinated, but I believe that this kind of mutual respect is where we can start. Now then, the three presentations also talked about the mutual respect as the important component for coexistence. Now, recognition is about seeing the other and trying to understand the other. So this is about understanding the needs and values of the other and recognizing the rights of the other and trying to make corresponding gestures. And from the three presentations, what I could feel were the mutual recognition and respect and also shared activities. In other words, going beyond the territory, law, trying to build relations between people. Now, Professor Katerina Antoniou talked about the civic participation, about their agency and their participation and their motivation. And the examples included the civic assemblies and the peace-building tools. And Professor Kim talked about how the different desires could conflict, but still he looked to relations to find a way to compromise them. And then also Professor Landon Hancock talked about how there can be peaceful coexistence. So there can be the functional coexistence and everyday peace and also de-escalation that could allow peaceful coexistence. And also he talked about unconditional giving. And that is close to the gift economy that the feminists talk about. In other words, responding to the other's needs, giving without thinking about what it would benefit to me. So this kind of non-market concept. So this gives rise to the kind of imagination that could perhaps find a breakthrough for the inter-Korean relations, especially the ethics of care that Professor Hancock talked about. I believe that in approaching the inter-Korean relations, this ethic of care is really something that stands out to me. I mean, this is something that is highly impressive and that is really worth looking into further. So I would also like to do so. Now, the gender scholars and the feminist scholars, what they have been doing for a long time is about changing the independent sense of being into relational beings. Because so far, in terms of the security, we also talked about the independent individuals, but then this is very similar to the Western male-centric view. So criticizing this, we are now saying that individuals exist within the nexus of relations, giving and receiving care, meaning the individuals, all of them, all of us are vulnerable. We are exposed to vulnerabilities and uncertainties. So I invest in others, but whether it will come back in the same extent is uncertain. I do not know when I will be betrayed, when I will be hurt, so we are always exposed to these vulnerabilities. So these vulnerabilities are uncertain, and we are always exposed to this, and that is the precondition for all beings. And these beings are defined in interrelations, and we must depend on each other. So we are always tied to this relationality. This could be a threat to each other. There could also be exploitation of each other, but it could also be a relations of cooperation and coexistence. So human beings must learn to participate in the world in this condition of vulnerability. And some see vulnerability as weakness and try to put up defense. But now the security and the physical security that we're talking about these days is more about weakness to be overcome. But then for the beings, it is not about overcoming weakness or the vulnerability. In other words, vulnerability is not a weakness, but it is a condition for existence. So I believe that what is necessary now is for us to also think about how we can find a way to coexist despite such vulnerabilities. So now then, the ethic of care that Professor Hancock talked about. So this is not just about unconditional care or giving, but then this is about sustaining coexistence despite the vulnerabilities. So I believe that we can expand this into the concept of relations that include such vulnerabilities. And this also has to be premised on the degenderization of the relations. In other words, the kind of care that is in the home that is mostly given by a female. So we need to go beyond such concept. So Professor Hancock talking about the ethic of care. So perhaps the concept of care. So of course, we all deserve to be cared, and we also are in the mutual relations where we must also give care. And I believe that this kind of concept could be highly useful for advancing the inter-Korea relations, especially in Korea. In South Korea, especially the young people see Joseon as an underdeveloped country for which South Korea has to keep doling out gifts. But then, now, so for the youth, then for them, the pragmatism are more important. So for them, then the North Korea would be useless. So some time ago, there was also the talk of forming a unified team for the Olympics. And then some of the young generation said that then the hard training South Korean athletes would be disadvantaged. So then my question is, at a time like this, then the ethic of care that does not rely on nationalism or family, what would it constitute? And also, what would be the components of the ethic of care that would be right for our time, especially for the young generation? And then also the security or the concept of peace that is based on individualism. I believe that this could also be captured by the Western concept or Western logic. So, for example, the type of female care but then now in the case of human rights or care that we talk about in Korea, then this could also be feminized. That is something that we have to be cautious about. So then again, for this point, then I would like to ask my question to Professor Kim. So let's say the right to peace. Then now, rather than this being institutionalized under the UN-SEC, I would say that this was first proposed and enshrined by the civil society. Human rights sometimes can be captured by the state, sometimes it could be captured by imperialism. But anyways, I believe that Now, in this context, the right to peace also has to be looked at in more detail. Of course, we have the peace experts here, so I'm not sure whether I'm the right person to say this, but then now, when we talk about the right to peace, then the relations between the countries and also now, again, when human rights could still be captured under the imperialist notion, then how can we still try to apply the right to peace in the inter-Korea relations is my question. And especially when we talk about coexistence between South Korea and Joseon, then I believe we also need to take a look into South Korean society. Now, the relations between the two Koreas are highly tricky, and that is because there are multiple layers of contrast. Now, the two states have had a war, and now the relations have stood decades of time. And there are also other countries that are involved, so we have a structural complexity. And also some citizens and also some young generations having hate speech against North Korea. This also probably is deep-rooted in such complex relations. And also the inter-Korea relations perspective are different by gender and also by generations. In other words, the kind of notion or the perspective that we have with regards to inter-Korea relations say a lot about South Korea as much as North Korea. So I believe that when trying to advance the inter-Korea relations, then we also need to be more introspective of South Korea as well. So we must also talk about the post-division society, and that is about coordinating the conflicts. So we need to be critical of the concept that sees North Korea as the other, while at the same time being reminded of and being aware of the different kind of ideas and the different types of states that we have inside us. And we also have to take a look back into the relations that we have in our societies, for example, the gender and by generations as well. And we need to also go beyond the type of hierarchy that also puts the differences in hierarchical order. And we need to see the differences also from a horizontal perspective as well. Also, Professor Hancock's, of course, it is different from my perspective, but you mentioned that it might be unrealistic. But now when we talk about peaceful coexistence, a lot of people say that that is not realistic. But peace and coexistence might look unrealistic, but that, I believe, is precisely the point from which we need to start. Peace is the kind of practice that is trying to create a rupture in the reality. So any practice for peace has to be unrealistic. And that is why we also need to have the guts to pursue this. So the new landscape that we need to create has to have the possibility to be enabled the kind of practice that would be different from what we are used to. All right, thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. And I am now aware of the time, and I also need to give some time for the presenters to respond to these questions. So now then, to Professor Kang, I would like to ask that you keep your discussion to 5 minutes so that we could give about 1 to 2 minutes to the presenters to respond.
Professor Kang? Good morning. I am Kang Hyungmin from Kyunghee University. The audience are mostly Korean, and so I will be giving my discussion in Korean. I don't have much time, so I will go right away to the questions. The way I see it, the three presentations, they cover very wide scope, and so it's impossible for me to be giving all of the questions. But one question is whether it's the two Koreas or Ireland or Cyprus, the people who are affected by the conflict and establishing a relationship among them, and the agency, local agency, and solidarity for peace building. I think that was the commonality in the three presentations. So seen from that perspective, well, I'd like to focus on the methodology and the possibility of coexistence. So the possibility of coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, the methodology in Ireland, and the possibility and methodology in Cyprus. That is the gist of my question to the presenters. Professor Hancock first talked about fraternal care. And as Professor Kim El-lee has just mentioned, well, she was very modest, but I think the presentation had great implications for us because, it seems that we missed the important concept of care. But this fraternal care, well, it can be similar to the recovery of national homogeneity, which we have been talking and discussing over the past decades on the Korean Peninsula. But as you know, right now, through constitutional revision, North Korea has gotten rid of all of that terminology or reference to brothers or fraternity. And so as part of fraternal care for us to give food or other forms of aid to North Korea, there is a lot of limitations to that. However, the functional coexistence in practical terms, how can this be sustainable rather than focusing on just making a claim on that? I think actual implementation or taking action is a different matter. So I'm really wondering how such functional coexistence will be possible in practical terms. And as you mentioned, the ethics of care, or functional coexistence, I personally believe that they don't necessarily lead to positive relationships. So there may be cases where these efforts may not necessarily lead to good relationships or improvement relationship, or it can even lead to more competition, or it can lead to adverse results. And Professor Hancock and the ethics of care, as he mentioned, is there a possibility of this leading to a worsening of the relations or strengthening of the competitive relationship? And how can we overcome that? And next, Professor Kim Dong-jin talked about the similarities between Korea and the Korean Peninsula and Ireland. But one question I have is, people, what they want, and what are they talking about? If we focus on that, then from there we can try to carry out the peace process. And I think that is what you've mentioned. Looking at the situation in Ireland, we have the Catholics and the Protestants, and they are in competition. The state are also competing or competitive. However, even the people and the communities or groups are very competitive. And because of that sense of victimization that each group has, sometimes they tend to be even more confrontational than the relationship between states. And so this collective sense of victimization or collective sense of competition can be counter peace. In other words, it can actually block the formation of peace. So right now in Ireland, what is the situation, and is that situation occurring, and how can we apply the learning on the Korean Peninsula? And Professor Katerina Antoniou talked about the case of Cyprus. And over dinner yesterday, we had this discussion. The situation in Cyprus, we're very envious. We feel that we really want to learn a lot, gain a lot of insights from the case of Cyprus for applying it on the Korean Peninsula. Right now, the two Koreas, I do feel that we have some form of peace tourism, regardless of the impasse between the two Koreas. However, the biggest risk is that depending on the political variability, the peace tourism sometimes is blocked completely. And in 2022, we had seen that happen. We didn't have many people come to the Korean Peninsula, no exchanges, no tourism exchanges. So depending on the political variability, the peace tourism efforts, are faced with that risk. And so seen from that perspective, without political settlement, having long-term peace-building tourism or peace tourism, how can you continue to have sustainability? Because if you look at the situation in Cyprus, Cyprus is not, subject to that specific situation. Korean Peninsula is. However, based on the experience of Cyprus and based on your research of other regions or countries, if you have some wisdom that you can share for Korean Peninsula, we would appreciate that, Professor Antonio. Thank you. Thank you for keeping to the time. And now we'll be listening to the answers from our presenters.
어떻게 답변하실지 기대가 됩니다.
So I'm wondering how Professor Hancock is going to respond. So to the others, I would give you 2 minutes to respond, but then to Professor Hancock, I will give you 3 minutes. So Professor Hancock?
Thank you. There's a really good questions from everybody. Let me turn down my sound here. I want to give a special shout out to Professor Kang, because I spent a year at Kyunghee teaching from 2018 to 2019. So let me just try and answer these questions combined together. I think the most important part of the idea behind the ethic of care, and particularly the donations of food aid, is to create cognitive dissonance. The sense in which, Professor King asks, when would it change from the idea of a transfer into something more organic from something more sort of transactional, and to speak to Professor Kang's questions about could it be negative. I think partly what you're doing here is you're trying to just create that dissonance and show that you're trying to disconnect the aid from the political scene. Now, in terms of competition, I'm sure my colleague Katerina would know more about this, but certainly between Turkey and Greece, the states on either side of the Cyprus conflict, when there was an earthquake in Turkey and Greece sent aid, a few months later there was an earthquake in Greece and Turkey sent aid. So the competition was really in how do we demonstrate our care for the other side? And so the sense in which if we're demonstrating care from South Korea to North Korea, there may be some ways in which North Korea could demonstrate some care for South Korea. And that would create some dissonance that might become organic in the sense of it would be slow and that the connection would be without threat, which would end up being hopefully enticing to members of the North Korean elite to say that this is worthwhile to engage in. I would also just note that this idea of that Professor Kim put together in terms of thinking about the non-market concept and sort of the feminist gift economy. A lot of peace studies work draws from feminist analysis, and I would take a look, I draw some of my analysis from the works of Riane Eisler in terms of her partnership society. I also would think about these two separate ideas in terms of human needs, that Mary Clark talks about a human need for community, that people need to have that community and connection. That is personified in the African concept of Ubuntu, which says a person is not a person without other people, which emphasizes connection over individuality. In all societies, we have this balance between individuality and connection, and different societies have different levels of that. And I would suggest the idea would be to try and leverage that, particularly in Korean society, with its long history of strong familial connections. Likewise, I would think about the notion of agency as a human need, and not to answer Professor Kim's question, but I've done about 20 to 30 years of work on Northern Ireland and noted that many of the communities have come together at the community level to begin to understand one another. I've had and studied dialogue sessions between Protestants and Catholics, Republicans and nationalists, Unionists and Loyalists, where they began to at least understand and hear the other side's perspective, even if they didn't become friends. So Republicans could understand why young men joined the Orange Marches, and former Republicans could listen to former British soldiers and understand their position when they came there as fighting persons. This idea of agency is to give the people the chance to lead their own discussions, their own dialogues, participate in their own communities. And that too is a human need. I think there's probably a lot more that could be said. I've got a lot more notes, but I'm going to leave it at that and let the rest of my colleagues answer their questions as well. Thank you.
예, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Kim Dong-jin.
Thank you very much for the excellent questions. So I have only 2 minutes, so I'll be brief on those questions. In terms of the technical cooperations around human rights between DPRK and ROK, absolutely. In any peace process, then you will have to discuss what it means to the people's rights in those processes in terms of the changing situation. And in the Irish case, as Professor Langdon Hancock mentioned, that there are a lot of competing political aspirations, as Professor Kang also mentioned, then it's competing. And then it's not just about the political competition like in democratic society, but also they assumed identity. It becomes your dominant identity, and then how we could really think about those people who assume those dominant identity in the community, which could come beyond being a citizen of certain jurisdiction and certain kind of the region. So between the North and South Korea, if you're to think about peace agreement and then beyond the end, the end of the war, and in those times that we will need to have the technical conversation around those people who have the different political aspirations, how we could be human together. At the minute, both North and South Korea would not like to see young kids or children to play, for example, soccer together, because it's a violation of certain law or it's a security problem. But from the perspective of human rights, this is ridiculous. Why could kids play together in terms of soccer or in terms of dance together and all of those things? But at the same time, if we just elevate all this conversation up to the state level, as Professor Kim mentioned, that all of those things could be really just succumbed to the global system of power, especially inequality of the power originated from the colonial era, and then at the minute this especially the neoliberal world order, and even the gender conversation in human rights, gender mainstreamings and all the rest of it could also be abused in those discussions. For example, the Western countries would really vilify non-Western countries in terms of the gender situation in other conflict-affected, fragile countries. So anything can be abused in certain way. But in terms of the people focus, again, that to answer to Professor Kang's question, that it's just not, for example, a separate one that we really discuss. Like the previous case of the EU DPRK dialogue on human rights in the early 2000s, it went on when the political situation supported that dialogue. But now in 2015, the political dialogue even itself between EU and DPRK terminated or suspended because of the change in political situation, and at the minute because of the Russia-Ukraine war, it's really unfathomable that to see the resumption of the dialogue between DPRK and EU about the human rights issues, right? So this isn't just about the competing rivalries amongst the population, and it's about abusing those situations and then how the global political system would really sustain itself in terms of its status quo. So how we could really reshape all this conversation at the people's level, it really comes down to the role of civil society, as Professor Kim mentioned, that the rights to peace, it's contested, because most of the countries who supported it are non-Western countries. But then if it comes down to the civil society level, and then we can have the conversation, there's a huge human rights violation, as you know, CPR, both CPR and ESCR in the United States. I'm sure Professor Langdon Hancock would recognize that. So in terms of the human rights dialogue and conversation, it's not just about the conversation between DPRK and ROK, and it comes down to the point that we all need to have a conversation about those human rights amongst the US, ROK, DPRK, Japan, China, and all the rest of the countries involved in the Korean conflict should have a conversation around it, including the rights to peace. So thank you.
예, 카타리나.
Thank you, and Professor Katarina.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the interesting questions and discussion. I'll start with the question on the 2003 crossings and how that decision was made. There was great political timing, I would say, that came about, and the important thing that was coming up for Cyprus was the accession to the European Union. So the accession to the European Union was agreed to be ratified in 2004. So this was done as a preparation towards that goal. And in 2003, Cyprus was very close to finalizing the peace settlement that was then put forward to a referendum. So the timing was that the best case scenario was Cyprus would be reunifying and entering the European Union as one reunified state. Plan B, which is what ended up happening, was that Cyprus as a whole territory would enter the EU, and the rules of the EU acquis communautaire would be suspended de facto in the northern part until a settlement was finalized. So the timing with the EU was what pushed such a disruptive confidence-building measure, and many in Cyprus opposed it or demonized it. They said that, we had the buffer zone to allow security. If we have the two communities accessing one another, then maybe violence could erupt again. Thankfully, that was not the case. So we went through with that risk or that securitized rhetoric, and it came out to be something very beneficial for civil society in Cyprus in the end, although unfortunately it didn't go through with the peace building, with the peace settlement, so that Cyprus could more formally reunify. But I won't go into more detail about that. When it comes to maritime issues, I would say that it's more about the relations or provocations that happen between the Republic of Cyprus and Turkey. So Turkey doesn't recognize the Republic of Cyprus as the internationally recognized state on the island. It recognizes only the state authority in the northern part of Cyprus. So it doesn't recognize the maritime jurisdiction that the Republic of Cyprus has, and that means that it often violates it, which becomes this issue of provocation. Sometimes there's this diplomatic tension between the two countries. Other times it's not so much of an issue. But in the case of a future settlement, then all the maritime boundaries would actually be enforced by all countries and neighboring countries. So that should stop being an issue after this de facto partition. I would also go back to the question on how can we have sustainability without contact or without tourism, and what are the lessons to be discussed here between Cyprus and Korea. I would say that Cyprus has a lot to learn and be inspired from Korea and the work that has been done to achieve relations or this positive engagement with the other side despite the lack of contact. A lot of times in Cyprus, we take for granted that we now have the right to access each other's territory and each other by crossing into the other community. A lot of people still refuse to do that because they think that it's politically immoral to enter into a territory that they don't want to recognize, particularly for Greek Cypriots going into the de facto area of the Turkish Cypriot administration. And there's a lot of internally displaced Greek Cypriots that say, I don't want to visit my home in the northern part of the island under the current circumstances. So that's still an issue. Even though contact is enabled, a lot of people don't feel ready to have that contact. But here, there is a lot of work around the fact that when contact is not possible, what is possible? So when in the case of Cyprus, it did take for state and policy breakthroughs to support contact and to support civil society and the engagement of people in peace, including the crossings and including how the technical committees were appointed to collaborate on certain issues. So I would say maybe for Korea, a policy decision to jointly collaborate on cultural heritage could be a non-political issue where the two entities could come together and collaborate. There's a lot of different issues, including gender, that could be areas, non-political areas of collaboration for the two state entities. And this is something that potentially could support civilians eventually accessing the other side, or accessing a designated space like the Home for Cooperation for having intentional contact. And just a final comment on gender, I also think that the effective representation of different gender perspectives and different generational perspectives is very important, particularly when we want to have sustainable peace. So I think for Cyprus, it's very important to have women not only in the formal peace process, but also through civic assemblies to achieve representation for women, youth, but also for people living in different parts of the country, coming from different educational backgrounds or different professional sectors, because in this way they can build a peace settlement that won't be rejected at the referendum, but it will actually be built by the people. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. So we began with a lecture by Professor Moon Jung-in, and we had several presentations and discussions on how to connect peace and human rights. We listened to the examples of or experience of the international community. So the ethics of care, fraternal care, that's of course not going to be easy on the Korean Peninsula, because when we discuss that, there's always a criticism that we are giving handouts. But for climate change or other natural disasters, we're going to see more of those, and we don't know how things will evolve. So there will come a time, and we have to be ready, and when that time comes, we have to be ready to provide that ethics of care. So we talked about peaceful coexistence and the fact that this is the beginning of human rights, and what we can do for human rights through peaceful coexistence. So we looked at the example of Ireland and Cyprus and also many different regions. As Professor Hancock has mentioned, the ethics of care is something that we need to continue to think about as we pave the pathway towards peaceful coexistence. And also mutual respect was mentioned by Professor Kim Dong-jin. And in September, last September, Michael Sandel visited Korea, and he also emphasized that ethics of care as well. And Professor Katerina also talked about civil participation and the UN, and also, of course, what the government can do in order to have peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, or to promote peaceful coexistence. So we really appreciate your participation. We went a bit overboard with our time, but we really appreciate the three presenters as well as the three discussants. And in particular, we have a lot of the audience stay until the end of the morning session, and we apologize for not opening up the floor for questions, but anyhow, we felt that this was a good session. Thank you very much. This concludes session 1. Thank you very much to all the participants of session 1 for your active participation. Thank you to our online and offline participants as well. We will now be serving lunch. For the participants, please claim your lunch boxes. And for our presenters and distinguished guests, please follow our association staff for a separate lunch venue. And the afternoon session will begin at 1:20 in the afternoon. Thank you.
들리는지 안 들리는지 테스트하고 싶다고 하셔가지고.
Hello, Dr. Hajiyoryu. Hello, Dr. Hajiyoryu. This is the interpreter speaking. Would like to, if you can hear the interpreter, please acknowledge. Oh, okay, thank you very much. So there will be simultaneous interpretation in session 2. And so if you'd like to listen to the what the other presenters are saying, just set your channel to this English translation channel, and then you'll be able to hear the translation. Okay. When you are speaking, no, I will be on the Korean channel translating your presentation into Korean. So you won't be no, you won't be hearing me. So no worries. Okay? Well, I will check with the staff. Just a moment. I will check with the staff. 지금 어떻게 하시면 되나요? 로그아웃을 하셔야 돼 아니면 곧 발표 시작하시니까 대기하고 계시다가. So we'll be starting in about 10 minutes. Yeah, less than 10 minutes. So maybe you can just wait and stand online. Stay online. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
장내에 계신 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, session 2 will be delayed by about 5 to 10 minutes. So once again, we were originally scheduled to begin session 2 at 1:10 in the afternoon, but there will be a 5 to 10 minute delay. Thank you very much for your understanding.
안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 이 세션
Ladies and gentlemen, some announcements, please. This session will begin at 1:25, 5 minutes past the original schedule. We will begin at 1:25.
잠시 후 이 세션이 시작될
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin session 2 shortly. I would like to ask the participants to please take your seats. And please make sure that your cell phone has been turned to vibration mode or silent mode.
잠시 후 이 세션이 시작
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin session 2 shortly. I would like to ask everyone to please take your seats.
잠시 후 이
Ladies and gentlemen, session 2 will begin shortly. Let me ask all the participants to please take your seats.
그럼
Now we will begin session 2. The theme of this session 2 is international cooperation to promote practical cooperation. And this session will be moderated by Ambassador Sung-Hoon Lee. So now let me hand over to the moderator. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you very much for the introduction. I am the Ambassador for Human Rights, Peace and Democracy of the Republic of Korea. So you might not be familiar with this type of ambassador, so let me just briefly explain. Now, from May, so far there have been 3 who have been designated. So there was Kang Geum-sil and also Cho Soo-mi as the cultural ambassador, and now I am the 3rd myself. So now this type of ambassador, they say that it is an ambassador with no embassy, meaning that it is not a permanent position, but then this is a civilian who is designated as an ambassador to provide support to the government. So this is also part of the public diplomacy as well. So in the past, there was the human rights ambassador, North Korean human rights ambassador as well, and also peace ambassador, but then now there has never been ambassador for human rights. So now, in this case, the Human Rights, Peace and Democracy Ambassador. Now, this is to make sure that we create a link between the 3. But of course, each and every one of them is very difficult. But now I have the honor of representing all 3 aspects. So now I also go to different locations to have discussions about the human rights, peace and democracy. And normally the term is 2 years and also reappointed afterwards. Now, so the human rights in North Korea is also part of my purview, so that is why I'm here today. So now, I hope you all enjoyed lunch, of course. The right to eat is as important as the right to speak. Now, of course, this conference, and also every September, so not only today, but then also tomorrow as well, there's also going to be the Human Rights Conference on the Korean Peninsula. So whenever this time comes around, then I look at the themes to see what has become different. Now, I believe that for this time, the fact that we now have a connection to Cyprus, I believe that that is probably the first time in Korea for a conference like this. And then now another difference would be, now of course we're talking about the human rights and peace, coexistence, so that is not something new, but then now I do hope that we can get some new implications. And another thing that is interesting is the term practical. So sometimes, when it does not work, then you just put an adverb in front of it. So now this time it is like practical human rights cooperation. And then now in the next session, there's also going to be something like the multilateral or the multi-layered human rights improvements. So I am looking forward to these different sessions as well. So now then in this session 2, following session 1, we will now be focusing more on human rights. So then we will be listening to the presentations followed by the 3 discussants. Now the first presentation is delivered online, am I right? Yes, so it'll be via Zoom. So from abroad, we have Professor Nasia Haji Yorju from the University of Central Lancashire of Cyprus.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am here to talk to you today about practical steps that promote cooperation between Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots on the island of Cyprus, and the role of the international community in helping this cooperation, and maybe draw some lessons about how this can be replicated in other contexts. So let me begin by offering a very brief outline of the Cypriot conflict, then of these technical committees that promote cooperation, and then the lessons that can be drawn from these committees. The conflict in Cyprus is a long-standing one, almost as long-standing as the Korean one. It began in the 60s, in the 1960s, and it reached its peak in 1974, when the 2 Cypriot communities, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, separated from each other, forming 2 geographically distinct parts on the island. So Greek Cypriots are in the south, Turkish Cypriots are in the north of the island, and for decades, there was no cooperation and no communication between them. That stopped in 2004 So for 30 years, there was no cooperation at all, no discussion between the two communities. In 2004, the two communities started interacting again in a limited way when checkpoints opened on the green line that separates the two. Shortly after this, it became clear that now that there was collaboration and there was interaction between the two communities, it was necessary that they start cooperating on a few things, because the more people interacted with each other, the more problems, common problems, became known. So in 2008, 4 years after interaction began, we see the establishment of the first technical committees. There are today 13 technical committees. Each of them deals with a specific issue, so a specific theme. So there is one committee dealing with education, another committee dealing with the environment, a technical committee on health, a technical committee on cultural heritage, a technical committee on gender. There is another technical committee on culture, another on youth, and so on and so forth. So each technical committee has a theme that it is working on, and it is trying to promote cooperation between Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. Now, the problem that exists is that Greek Cypriots do not recognize the existence of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, and Turkish Cypriots do not recognize the existence of the Republic of Cyprus. So you have two states, or one legally recognized state and one non-internationally recognized state, that need to talk to each other. But how do you talk to each other when you don't recognize the other's existence? The way that policymakers dealt with this was they created the technical committees that are made up of volunteers. The people who make up the technical committees are not paid. They are not government employees, but they are appointed by the two community leaders. So there are Greek Cypriots who are appointed by the Greek Cypriot community leader, and Turkish Cypriots who are appointed by the Turkish Cypriot community leader, and they have a direct line of communication with their leaders. So what they do is they have conversations about their respective theme, about the environment, about health. They reach decisions about what should be done in order to promote cooperation in relation to this. Then they communicate this to their respective leaders. They get the green light, and then the recommendation is implemented. That is what happens when things go smoothly. When things do not go smoothly, the technical committees simply don't do any work. And as we speak, there are some technical committees that are very productive and are doing a lot of work. The Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage, on crime and criminal matters, on the environment, on health. These are technical committees that have done a lot of work, and there are technical committees that are not doing much. The Technical Committee on Gender is inactive. The Technical Committee on Humanitarian Affairs is inactive. The Technical Committee on Crisis Management is almost entirely inactive. So what I want to do today is try to identify the factors that make the technical committees successful and the factors that make them unsuccessful. And I argue that there are basically two factors that determine the success of the technical committees. The first factor is political support. You need political support from both communities in order to promote the success of the technical committees. And this political support is forthcoming when you have bodies, technical committees, that deal with technical issues, not political issues. And I will explain this distinction in a few minutes. And also when it's obvious that the technical committees have practical benefits that are not symbolically problematic. So three things point to political support: the technical nature of the work of the committees, the practical importance of the work of the committees, and the symbolic importance of the work of the committees. That is factor number one. Factor number two has to do with the support of the international community. And the argument I will be making in the second part of my presentation is that the more inactive the international community, the more lethargic it is, the less targeted its interventions, the bigger the problem. If the international community is to get involved, like it has done in Cyprus, it needs to do so properly. So let us begin with the first argument, the one relating to political support. Since 2008, it's almost been 20 years that we have data on the work of the technical committees, and it is now becoming clear that when there are negotiations, political negotiations, between the leaders of the Greek Cypriot and the Turkish Cypriot communities, the technical committees are given political support. When the political negotiations stop, the support for the technical committees, the political support for the technical committee also stops. So there is a direct relationship between the negotiations on the one hand and these bodies that promote practical cooperation between the two communities on the other. Having said that, even when the technical committees are not receiving political support, even when there are no negotiations happening, some technical committees continue working. So even when the climate is hostile towards cooperation, some committees continue being productive. Why? I argue that these technical committees have three characteristics. First, they present their work as technical work, not political work. Let me give you an example. The Technical Committee on Broadcasting and Telecommunications. This committee deals with the following scenario. Broadcasting is happening, radio frequencies exist in the south of the island, radio frequencies exist in the north of the island. Because the two sides have not been cooperating in relation to their frequencies, radio frequencies, broadcasting, etc., sometimes the frequencies from one side of the island to the other side of the island jam each other. They interact and they create problems. These can be as simple as I cannot properly listen to the radio, or it can be as complicated as the frequencies from one side are interfering with planes trying to land on the other side. So what the technical committee does is identify this problem, very quickly fix it, and keep us safe. This has been presented as a completely technical work. There is nothing political about it. Politicians are not getting involved. They are leaving the technocrats to deal with the issue quickly without any problems. And that is what happens. Let me give you another example. The Committee on Health. Cyprus is facing a problem with mosquitoes that carry dangerous diseases. If one side was to deal with mosquitoes, this would have been entirely unsuccessful because mosquitoes don't really care about the political divisions of an island. So what the Technical Committee on Health does is identify protocols that need to be followed on both sides of the island in order to deal with dangerous mosquitoes. Again, politicians have said, this is a completely technical issue. We are not getting involved. This is important that it's done. You have the go-ahead, proceed with implementation. So the more technical the issue, the less the politicians are getting involved and the more successful its implementation. Conversely, the Technical Committee on Education, which tried to implement projects, found major political hurdles because politicians said, no, education is a political issue. It's not a technical issue. We are getting involved and we are deciding what is acceptable and what is not. And because the two sides could not agree on what is acceptable, the work of the Technical Committee on Education did not really go much further. So that is factor number one. The more technical the work of the technical committees, the easier it is to implement it. Factor number two, if the committees see, if the two communities see the work of the committees as practically important, they are more likely to support it. Let me give you an example. The Committee on Crime and Technical Matters is responsible for sharing information between the Greek Cypriot police and the Turkish Cypriot police. It is also responsible for sharing people, so suspects or defendants who have fled from one side of the island to the other side of the island. So if a Greek Cypriot is arrested in the north and the Republic of Cyprus wants the Greek Cypriot to face trial in the south, the Technical Committee on Crime and Criminal Matters can help the movement of this person from one side of the island to the other. One would say that is a very political issue, the transfer of prisoners, the transfer of defendants, the transfer of suspects. It goes very close to recognizing the other side's legality if you interact with its police force, if you interact with its courts. But the Technical Committee on Criminal Matters has received the necessary political support for this. Why? I'm sorry? Apologies for that. The Technical Committee has received political support for this. Why? Because both communities appreciate that there are practical benefits to letting the Technical Committee do its work. Because of these practical benefits, political support has been forthcoming and politicians have not stopped the work of the Technical Committee. This takes me to the third point, that determines how much political support a Technical Committee is going to receive: symbolic significance. If something is politically important, but for whatever reason it is symbolically problematic, then politicians are likely to stop the work of the Technical Committee. Again, one example in order to illustrate this. Every year, Cyprus faces wildfires. Every year, big parts of the island are burning down. 2-3 years ago, these fires were in the south of the island, where Greek Cypriots live, and they were going on for days. The fires were uncontrollable. There had to be a way to deal with them. The Turkish Cypriots offered to help. The Greek Cypriots, and they offered to help through the Technical Committee on Crisis Management. The Greek Cypriots said, no, thank you. We're not receiving your help. Why? This was a technical issue that was hugely practically important. They declined the help because it was symbolically unacceptable for firefighters wearing the flag of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus to cross the buffer zone. And because there was this symbolically unacceptable element in the offer was declined. This concludes the first factor that determines the success of the technical committees. The second factor relates to the support of the international community. I want to be very clear. The technical committees would not have been possible had it not been for the international community. The international community is offering support to the technical committees on 3 different levels. First, it is funding them. So all of the money, or almost all of the money of the technical committee, of the technical committees, is provided by the European Union. Second, it is offering logistical support. So every time the technical committees are about to implement a project, remember the technical committees are made up of volunteers. Every time the technical committees are about to implement a project, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, steps in and offers logistical support. And third, the United Nations Good Offices in Cyprus, which is a different branch of the UN that also operates on the island, has one representative in each technical committee that is asked to help the Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots when they are discussing with each other. So different parts of the international community have provided real help in the work of the technical committees. The technical committees asked about this in formal surveys, and they have been clear that their work would not have been possible had it not been for the international community. So far, so good. However, when the technical committees are asked about the problems that exist with the support of the technical community, with the international community, they had a lot to say as well. So the biggest complaint they have is that the international community is not really clear on what the technical committees are supposed to be doing. And because there is no clarity on the objective of the technical committees, there is no clear path as to the best way to help them. Let me explain what I mean by that. When you ask the European Union and the UNDP what a successful technical committee looks like, they tell you that a successful technical committee is one that is implementing projects and is having practical effects on the ground. It is improving the everyday lives of Cypriots. When you ask the United Nations good offices what is a successful technical committee, they tell you that a successful technical committee is one where Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots meet and talk to each other. And that is enough. They don't have to actually do any work. Just talking to each other is enough. The implementation of projects is a good bonus, but it's not in itself necessary. That means that there are different international bodies. In fact, there are different branches of the United Nations on the island that define the success of the technical committees differently. And they therefore take different steps to promote what they consider to be successful. Final example from what I conclude. The Technical Committee on Education implemented a very successful project that brought Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot children together for one day. This was hugely important because it was the first time that Greek Cypriot children met each other. The project was stopped by the Turkish Cypriot community. They said, this is getting too successful, we want to stop it. The international community could have done two things. It could have pushed the project that it was funding. So this was an internationally funded project that was stopped. So the international community could have pushed for this project, or it could have laid back and said, we're doing nothing. Because the international actors could not agree on what to do, they did nothing. And therefore, an award-winning project that brought students together, that encouraged practical cooperation between the two communities, was stopped overnight. Most people we have spoken to have criticized this. They said, if the international community is to get involved, it needs to be actively involved. It cannot just be involved on paper. It cannot just be giving money. If it is giving money, it needs to have demands of the international, of the Cypriot communities. Otherwise, nothing is getting done. So to conclude, the technical committees are groundbreaking. They are important in the practical lives of Cypriots, and they work when they receive political support and when the international community has a clear plan on how to implement the work of the technical committees. When one of these is absent, the work of the technical committees is less satisfactory than it should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nasia. So in the morning, we looked at the political side, peaceful coexistence. That was the perspective that we had in talking about Cyprus. But now we had a different perspective on Cyprus. We heard about the case of the mosquito fighting committee, and I think we're going to see similar situation evolve on the Korean Peninsula as well. So thank you very much, Professor Nasia.
And we will move on to the second presentation to be delivered by the former executive chairperson of the Women's Peace Movement Network, Dr. Youngmi Cho. Now, Dr. Cho, do you know about the Social Grand Reform Task Force? So that was after the Candlelight Revolution. So that we see as a large political event. So now then, in the aftermath of the Candlelight Revolution, now she has been also leading the way in trying to bring about even better changes to our society. So now today she will be talking about the direction for international solidarity toward peaceful coexistence and human rights cooperation. Good afternoon. Great to meet you. As just introduced, I am Youngmi Cho, and thank you very much for the very generous introduction. Now, when I was first interested with this topic, I was a bit flummoxed because, of course, peace and coexistence, they are difficult enough and quite big questions, but then also combined with human rights, then that makes it even more difficult. And even going beyond that, international solidarity and the direction for international solidarity for all of those things for me was quite overwhelming. But then, yes, as was introduced now in the NGOs and also in government organizations, and also as someone who is also a researcher, so based on my experience and also in my capacity as a researcher, I thought that perhaps it would be best for me to deliver my talk based on my experience and suggest ideas that are more doable. So now here it is. Now, yes, of course, about the inter-Korea relations, a lot has been said already, starting from Professor Moon. But now these days, I believe that as the President Lee has mentioned as well, it is the era of the eye of a needle. Now, in the Liberation Day address, the President has mentioned that we must try to thread even the eye of a needle to really bring about changes to this long-standing stagnation. But these days, they say that all the communication channels have been shut, even the hotline as well. So now when we say that this is the eye of a needle, then what are we going to use in order to get the thread past the eye of the needle? Now, these days, of course, international politics have had big impact on the domestic politics, but sometimes it is the other way around. And sometimes the domestic politics can also be turned into international issues as well. So, and looking at the era today, of course, this has been mentioned as well, but then the multilateral norms and also the international human rights regimes and the collective security system. So we see that they are going through a lot of changes, so much so that a lot of them are losing much of the effectiveness. Now, if you look at my paper, then now I quote Dr. Lee Sung-hoon, who is different from the moderator, but anyway, so Dr. Lee Sung-hoon also analyzed this through the lenses of geopolitics, geoeconomics, and geotechnology, and I see this as a three-way rupture. So then this is also showing the connection between the domestic and the international politics. So for example, the geopolitics, then as we see from the Ukrainian war and the Middle East, now we see that there is now a shift from the rules-based order to power-based order. On the geoeconomic front, then we see that the concept of free trade is changing as tariffs and resources are being weaponized. And then in the geotechnological lens, then technology itself is becoming something of a weapon or a specific asset, such as, for example, AI or semiconductors or quantum computing. So much so that now they say that the technology itself defines the block alignment. So I would say that again, we are at an era when there are these three layers of rupture. Now, as if to reflect this, the Canadian Prime Minister, Carney, also characterized these changes as a rupture at the 2026 Davos Forum. But now, the Korean Peninsula, I believe, is really at the forefront of all these three axes. So geopolitically speaking, we are at the collision point between maritime and the continental powers. And then in terms of the geoeconomic, we are faced with a triple dependency of sea lanes, Chinese intermediate goods, and the Middle Eastern crude oil. Geotechnologically, we are sitting in the middle of US-China competition over semiconductors. And more recently, in August 2026, the US Deputy Secretary of Defense Elbridge Colby reaffirmed the Indo-Pacific as America's top priority, and even hinted at the possibility of forward deploying low-yield tactical nuclear weapons on the Korean Peninsula. So now this means that this could subordinate South Korea's policy autonomy of peaceful coexistence to the logic of great power competition, and it shows the need for a diversified international solidarity, meaning that now is a time for us to turn human rights into a tool of from a tool of political confrontation to a medium for cooperation. And that is why I believe that the Lee Jae-myung government's policy is on the right track given the time and the changes. But at the same time, there are also some gaps in the policies between the ministries of the government as well. So for example, the Ministry of Unification, of course, now it is in charge of unification or cooperation with North Korea, so it is more conciliatory, whereas the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is more about pressuring. So then that is why North Korea is also doubtful of Korean intent, and also there might be less consistency that is being seen out to the outside. So I believe that in this day and age, we need to have the kind of consistent policy and also make sure that we will remain unwavering in this path, and we also must send clear signals to the outside. But then it seems as if that is not something that only the government can do, because we also have the activists, the NGOs, who are also working toward the North Korean human rights. So on one hand, the majority or the mainstream now, they would be talking about human rights, advocating human rights in North Korea, denouncing for example, the political prisoners camp and so forth. And then there are also those who say that peace must come first. We need to put the war to an end. Now, in Korea, of course, we have the ONHCR. We also have the director here. But anyway, so when the ONHCR discusses human rights, I also often participate. Whenever I do, what I feel is that now I cannot really see other NGOs. So mostly it is those who would rather espouse the natural rights. So that is why at one time, the ONHCR, they also convened a meeting of the NGOs active on social rights front and on the natural rights front. And at that time, there were also the criticism that we are trying to dilute human rights, that we are politicizing human rights in the name of peace. So that is also the criticism that was directed at me as well. But then now, I believe that that is not just the political rhetoric, but then also this is the kind of discussion that is also being used in the civil society as well. But as Professor Moon has mentioned as well, the concept of human rights must be seen more broadly, and also and that is why I believe that the human rights is highly important for us to make sure that we can have a broad approach to this. So it is against this backdrop that I would like to now make a few points, and that is about how we can, so rather than putting the CPR and the social rights in a confrontational manner, to make it more complementary to each other, we need to set the direction of the human rights that is to enhance the living standards of all, and also the common issues that we have, for example, climate change, and also the issues of children and women, and also the right to development, right to peace. So we also need to make sure that we incorporate all these elements into the concept of human rights. Now, against this, I would like to make 3 suggestions, and that is because the topic of this session is about being practical. So then again, with the knowledge and experience that I have gained in my previous career, and also based on the discussions that I have had with others so far, I have come up with the following suggestions. Now, first is the cooperation in healthcare. So how can we use the paradox of the healthcare and the market into a point for cooperation? Now, that is because in North Korea, the healthcare system is undergoing fundamental changes. While free medical care system is nominally maintained, it is already entering a phase of de facto dismantlement. Now, Kim Jong-un, in his 2024 policy address to the Supreme People's Assembly, mentioned that there is a need for nationwide expansion of a health security system based on a health insurance fund, signaling a departure from the model in which the state directly guarantees medical costs. And anecdotes also say that there are changes already. So, for example, the standard pharmacies, established nationwide from 2022, operate in a capitalist manner as state-owned entities selling medicines directly to consumers. And in 2025, there was a case that was confirmed in which a hospital in North Hamgyong province posted a price list for medical services as well. So I believe that these are some of the changes that are really worth noticing, because this means that North Korea is also now faced with the trend of privatization and marketization. And the WHO so far has already cooperated with North Korea on several times and have concluded the country cooperation strategies with North Korea over multiple years, and has continued cooperation in areas such as non-communicable diseases as well. But then now, of course, there are limitations, and that is because the humanitarian assistance exemption approval is needed from the UN panel of experts on North Korea. But this has been effectively suspended. Still, the precedent set by the procedural improvements under the Implementation Assistance Notice number 7, which reduced the average approval period from 99 days to 15 days, means that perhaps if there is political will, then it is possible to improve the procedures. And also, some organizations in the US, now they are also preparing the technical training for the healthcare professionals in North Korea. And also they are trying to build up the data for this as well. So if we can also cooperate with this, I believe that that would also be highly helpful. And the second area of cooperation could be climate and energy, and that is to change loss and damage into a common language. Now, climate crisis, as we all know, is a cooperative agenda that is relatively free from ideological confrontation, while simultaneously constituting an existential human rights agenda addressing shared disaster risks in border areas and North Korea. And North Korea itself is relatively open to the climate agenda. As was mentioned earlier in the Social Grand Transformation Committee, I have also met with the farmers in the border areas, and they talked about the challenges of living in the border regions, as well as the difficulties of the government regulations. Now, so I came away thinking that there must be a lot of things that we can do in the border regions. So, for example, the carbon emission is one area where we can cooperate. Now, Korea is trying to build a lot of solar power plants, and likewise in the North Korea. So they are quite open to introducing technologies for solar power generation. But again, they are blocked by the sanctions as well. So considering the suspension of the 1718 committee, then the pathway to that is pretty much blocked at this time. But if it is resumed, then we can at least think about the technological cooperation approaches that can take place once the pathway is open again. And in the near future, the conference of the parties to the UNFCCC will be held again soon, and on this occasion, we can also think about the kind of cooperation that we can do, and perhaps we can also look into some of the activities that we can do to provide support to the developing countries. So, for example, for flood or droughts, then we can also work on them together by also turning them into the kind of international language that would be common to us all. And another area of cooperation could be the early warning sign systems. So, for example, in the Imjin River or the Bukhan River areas, utilizing the hydrological data from these rivers, maybe we can also cooperate through the UN agency as the intermediaries. And I believe that climate cooperation can be made even more effective if North Korea were to participate in this directly. And that is because North Korea is participating already in many consultative bodies as well. So if you can have this multilateral cooperation, then that would be made all the more better. Now, for example, the early warning system for all, and also the kind of initiatives where we would place people first ahead of the nations. So perhaps in this framework, we can further our cooperation with North Korea in climate. And also when we talk about AI cooperation, then some might also worry about militarization of the AI. But so far, there are no clear norms or rules that have been set on the ethical use of AI. But I believe that Korea has a strong initiative in leading the way. And also led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the international discussion has already been underway, and Korea has already submitted a resolution regarding this as well. So if we can also have the premise of maintaining meaningful human control as a prerequisite for cooperation, then perhaps the cooperation in AI could be made possible. And that would also have to be accompanied by, for example, the discussions or some insights into introspection into the arms race or the defense or the military spending could also be part of the discussion as well. So that also means that we need to have better coordination among the different ministries in the government. And then now some of the areas of high systemic resistance, like for example, the human rights or others, so accountability for political prison camps, forced labor, freedom of expression, and enforced disappearances, I believe are, of course, very much important for human rights as well. But if we are to put them at the forefront and to drive toward the regime collapse, then that is not going to work. So what if we are to turn this into a strategy of documentation and accumulation? And the Seoul office of the UN OHCHR continuously monitors and documents the human rights situation as well. So perhaps we can utilize this opportunity as well. So we can continue to document and accumulate the cases of such human rights abuses and the cases in North Korea while maintaining cooperation on other fronts as well. And also the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights, now the rapporteur would also made the report and then also talked about and came up with the recommendations about the international human rights mechanisms, delegating sensitive issues to multilateral human rights regimes, and to discuss them incrementally after trust has been built up in inter-Korean cooperation. So perhaps based on these recommendations, we can also look into and explore ways for the two Koreas to cooperate. And of course, we have the experts here today and also in the next session. I believe that is also going to be the topic that we'll be discussing. So I believe that could also be one intermediary. Now, more recently, the OHNCR, now what they are also emphasizing is the national mechanism for international recommendation reporting and follow-up. So this is about monitoring the nations following up on these international recommendations, and also they talk about the local municipalities following the international recommendations as well. So when we look at these international cases, then now inside these recommendations from the international human rights systems, so there is also a system of building up these recommendations. So I'm not sure whether North Korea will accept this, but if it does, then perhaps that could also be another gateway toward cooperation as well. Last point that I would like to make is about the multilateral diplomatic architecture. So for this crisis management, perhaps we could have a sustainable track 1.5 diplomacy. Now, the crisis management system that we have inside and also the risk management system perhaps are sorely lacking, and it is not enough to just leave them all up to the government. So the issues of the Korean Peninsula, so as was mentioned by the President as well, but then this is also part of the global issues. So it is important to multilateralize the Korean Peninsula issues. And one way of doing that, I believe, is to utilize the ASEAN platform. Now, of course, with regards to ASEAN, North Korea has been a bit more passive about this because it is now prioritizing bilateral diplomacy over multilateral channels. So they are rarely making appearances these days. But still, countries like Vietnam and Singapore, they continue to send signals to North Korea to re-engage them. So this means that the dialogue channel with North Korea is still alive. And when we go to other forums, then, for example, the six-party talks, so some say that we need to recreate the six-party talk framework or the kind of framework that is led by the great powers. But rather than that, I believe perhaps more effective could be utilizing the ASEAN framework. And one of the reasons is, like, for example, the disaster relief or climate and AI governance. So these non-traditional security agendas. So it would be one way for us to work with North Korea on these non-traditional security agendas and build up a minilateral framework first. Of course, a lot of the scholars are already looking into this, so perhaps we can also come up with some practical approaches to making this possible. And now in the morning session, Professor Ellie Kim talked about the vulnerabilities and how we are all exposed. And I believe that that is really one big important key in enabling this type of multilateral framework, meaning that we must all recognize and admit that we are all vulnerable. So then this type of sustainable and public diplomatic framework could be one key to making this possible. And I believe that that could be one way of creating the international solidarity with North Korea. So then in concluding, I would like to make one last comment. The ministries that are in charge of peace and security, so in other words, us, the Ministry of Unification, the Ministry of Defense, so all the relevant ministries, it is important for them to come up with one voice or come up with a uniform guideline toward human rights cooperation. And second is that the issues of human rights should also lead to the right to development and the right to peace. So that was also mentioned in the morning session. So that would be related to the effort to improve the quality of lives of the North Korean or Joseon people. So if that is the specific purpose, then perhaps this can be granted the exemption from the sanctions, and then that could also be linked to the multilateral effort as well. So again, at a time like this, when only the eye of the needle is available to us, to say that we are going to find a breakthrough nevertheless, well, I do not want to rely on this miraculous hope. So perhaps there may be some political neutral threads, as thin as they are. Maybe several of them can go through this eye of the needle, and all of those combined could effectively improve the lives and human rights of the people of both Koreas. And I also hope that they can be discussed not only in this kind of forum or conferences, but I hope that we can have a sustainable framework for us to continue to carry on these discussions. And I myself also do my part to make that possible. Thank you. Thank you very much for the very concrete suggestion. So listening to the talk, it seems as if I have been tasked with a challenge. Now, the first suggestion is to have a sustainable or permanent consultative body of human rights between the Ministry of Unification and the Foreign Affairs. And yes, it's been about 100 days since I was appointed as the ambassador, but yes, there are some dilemmas here. So for the human rights, then it is the Ministry of Unification that is in charge. For the other matters of North Korea, it is by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They say that this is functional, but not really. And also, even more important decisions are made by the NSC as well. So I believe that it is, yes, important to prevent confusion by coming up with this type of a permanent consultative body on human rights. So thank you very much. Now, of course, that there are more to be said, but then we also need to have the discussion. So let us invite the discussant.
Each discussant will be given 10 minutes to discuss the two presentations. The first was on Cyprus and the applications to the Korean Peninsula from the example and experience of Cyprus. And the second presentation was on the international solidarity towards peaceful coexistence and human rights cooperation. So we have discussants with diverse backgrounds. First, we have the representative of the UN Human Rights Office, Seoul, the director, the representative of this office, and also the Export-Import Bank of Korea plays an important role. So we have a discussant from Exim Bank, and we have a professor as well. So Mr. James Heenan, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Ambassador Anselmo. So thank you for asking the UN to be here today. The topic raised in the title is squarely of current and recurring importance. How to address human rights in a policy context where engagement is needed. I guess the first point I'd like to make is that, and the United Nations has been referred to a lot in the papers, the UN is used to this situation. This is not just about ROK and DPRK. In every country where we operate, we seek to both monitor and report on the human rights situation, while at the same time extending the hand of cooperation to the government. Sometimes different parts of the UN play different roles, as we heard in Cyprus, and that can be annoying, that can be messy, but ultimately the aim is to advance things using different voices, which I'll come back to. For us, you know, the human rights and the engagement side of things are inextricably linked. I've never worked in a context as divided on these issues as here in the ROK on DPRK issues. In the UN, we don't monitor and report to shame and punish. We monitor it to try to help and improve the situation, and it's the basis of our engagement. To engage with another, you need solid information to engage. And this is what monitoring gives us. Conversely, the other way around, we don't just engage to chat, we engage to improve a situation, and this requires robust engagement. It's not a fireside chat, as we say in English, and it's based on information. So monitoring requires engagement, and engagement requires monitoring from where we stand. Now, to be fair, sometimes when there's no political will, we do have to be more public. But again, it's to try to unblock situations. The two papers provide really valuable points to this end. Things like the importance of separating the technical from the political as far as possible, the importance of sequencing and not front-loading the most difficult issues, the importance of a coherent message and the risks to trust of an incoherent one, which we've just talked about, the need for a long-term strategy, the need to be clear about the outcome being sought. And I have to say here in the ROK, it's a bit unclear what the outcome is of different groups, the outcome sought, whether it is improvement or other things. And the fact that different actors have different roles. And on this, I mean, we agree with all those points that were made. On the different actors and different roles, that's something that's overlooked here in the ROK a bit. We all play a different role. There's those who monitor, and there are those who engage, and there are those who document. As Dr. Cho said, when you bring these groups together, it's as though it's a combat here, but it's not. We all play different roles. And for us in the UN, we have a role, particularly with engagement, because we are a member state organisation. Our board of directors are the member states, which makes my job difficult often, but it also means we have a comparative advantage because states answer the phone to us. States open the door to us. We talk to states a lot. And we talk to DPRK. I dare to say, you can correct me if you want, I think at the moment we talk to DPRK more than the government of the Republic of Korea does. A few points. While DPRK looks more closed off than ever at the moment, there's a new openness up there to multilateral issues, multilateral processes like our office or the broader human rights treaty system. The RC, the resident coordinator of the UN, visited Pyongyang last month. So the point is that things are opening up a bit, and my reading of it is that DPRK wants to be treated as a normal member state, which includes the human rights mechanisms. In this situation, we have to exploit openings. Now, the President, as referred to by Dr. Cho, talks about the eye of the needle. When our High Commissioner was here last month, he talked about those glimmers, those cracks of light, and that's what we need to focus on, and that's what we need to exploit. The second point is that peace, I won't labour this, peace is inextricably linked to human rights, particularly on this peninsula. And the DPRK's current extreme isolation, well, the extreme isolation of the population of the DPRK is a major barrier to improving human rights. Third point is it's not one-sided. We have to ask, what can ROK do to bring to the table? Because no member state likes being told what to do by another member state. Fourth thing is that accountability, and this came out in the last paper, accountability can't really be postponed in terms of principle. You can't say to victims, sorry, you'll just have to wait. But the current situation here is that it's very unlikely to get criminal accountability for issues in DPRK, but there's so much more we can do for the victims of human rights violations. You have thousands of them here in the ROK, and there's things such as reparations and truth-telling that are a major form of accountability. Also because each and every one of those is a citizen of this country. And so the government has an obligation to provide reparations to citizens who have suffered a human rights violation, regardless of who the perpetrator is. The next point I want to make is that DPRK, we heard in the previous session as well, as soon as you raise human rights with DPRK, the conversation ends. It's not the only state that's like that. Every country I've worked in, you raise human rights in a critical way with the government, and they're very defensive. No government likes being criticised. My point is that, okay, the DPRK might be a little bit more extreme about this, and we might have to ask why are they so more sensitive. But my point is that they expect it. The DPRK is a sophisticated government, and they expect human rights to be raised. And my personal view is that if you don't raise it, then you risk losing a bit of credibility, because people know when you're trying to curry favour. People know when you're holding back and not saying something. And I'm not so sure. I think that your credibility can be diminished in the eyes of your interlocutor. The next point, and this is linked to what was in the second paper, human rights, we talk about this human rights and this humanitarian, particularly in ROK at the moment. Human rights pervades all areas. So for example, when you talk about humanitarian, for us in the UN, if you're distributing food, you don't just send the food and let it be distributed however. We have a sophisticated system that demands to know, is there any discrimination in who's getting the food? Is it going to the people who need it the most? So human rights is at the basis of almost everything we're talking about. You won't be surprised I say that as a human rights person. The second last point is what we really need, I guess this is the basic idea of the two papers, which I totally agree with, is what we call an all tools approach, meaning that you push every door that might be opened. I mean, a negative way of saying is you throw every tool you have in the box at the problem. But we can't focus on one thing. We have to focus on all avenues, and in both in the human rights sphere, in the engagement sphere, and in the political sphere. The difference here, of course, is that at the moment the DPRK doesn't want to talk to the ROK, and the ROK is wanting to provide assistance and so forth. Doing it through other, we've heard this morning about doing it through other interlocutors such as the United Nations. There's issues there as well, I'm afraid. It's not so simple because it's not about who delivers it, it's about where it's coming from. So you've got to keep the door open, and the question is, how long do you keep the door open? Now I think if we're talking about such a situation as on the peninsula, you keep it open as long as you need to, because we know that things change, and things can change very, very quickly, and history shows us that not only do things change when you least expect it, but it's slightly embarrassing for those who are charged to study these things, like the UN and like academia, how few times we've predicted rapid change in countries. The example that comes to mind is Syria. I don't have any specific questions other than a rhetorical question, which comes also from the first session, that we say that it's not about, this is Dong Jin's point, it's not about the government, it's about the people. Now here we're saying we don't want to talk to about human rights with the government of the DPRK because they won't like it. But isn't the question whether the people want it rather than whether the government likes it? It's rhetorical. I'm not asking any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James Inan. I want to ask you one question before we close this session. Have you ever changed your perspective of North Korean human rights compared to when you arrived? And how many years you have been working in Korea now? 4 years, right? I'm very curious, whether there's any change, in terms of your perspective and understanding about North Korean human rights, Before Andy, I'll give you a chance later. Yeah. 이어서 두 분의 토론.
Thank you very much. And now, before moving on to the remaining discussion, now I've counted it as now the year is 2026 this year, right? But in the UN, well, rather than North Korea, but anyway, so, or Chosun, or we can call it DPRK in English, so I'll call it DPRK. So for the DPRK Human Rights Resolution passed, I believe in 2003 for the first time, so 23 years ago. And then since then, the discussions in the UN coming to Korea, they have deepened or they have been suspended, or so there have been many different developments since then. Now, of course, in session 3, then we'll talk about the bilateral, but then now the bilateral could be not including South Korea, meaning that it could be North Korea and the US or other countries, meaning that there are also some concerns about Korea passing, especially in the North Korean human rights issues as well. So I believe that given this situation, we need to make sure that we also have more sophisticated, more refined strategies. So in other words, multilateral, multilateral, UN, and also, as was mentioned earlier, even despite these political difficulties, the DPRK and the ROK must continue to engage with the UPR and also the VNR. So that is the Voluntary National Report. And especially Korea will be presenting, South Korea will be presenting its VNR. In other words, there are a lot of multilateral mechanisms, so we also must explore how we can utilize these channels. In other words, the multilateral, minilateral, and international organizations, and also the bilateral as well. So that was just a comment from my side. And then now, moving on to the next discussant, who is Mr. Woo Cheol-kang from Export-Import Bank of Korea. Yes, good afternoon. This is Woo Cheol-kang, who is a senior research fellow of the Export-Import Bank of Korea, and I am also serving as the Director for International Cooperation in the Korean Association of North Korean Studies. So first of all, thank you very much for this invitation, and I was able to learn a lot and think more about how we can further our cooperation with North Korea. And I am thinking and looking into the topic of development cooperation with North Korea. So allow me to present my discussion from that focus. Now we see that the international environment is changing. As we all know, the environment and the situation surrounding South Korea and the Korean Peninsula are not easy. So against this backdrop, then what can be the approaches to improve our cooperation with North Korea? So let me share with you some of my thoughts. Now, the North Korean human rights issues is something that has been continuously raised in the international fora, but also was mentioned earlier, now the issue raising about the human rights and making practical improvement in North Koreans' lives are different issues. It seems as if there is a big gap between the two. So then for me, the question is how we can utilize development cooperation to bring about real improvement to the North Koreans' lives. So then there are a number of points that I would like to make. First is about the approach based on comprehensive human rights and development cooperation. Second is about the 1718 Committee for Humanitarian Assistance to North Korea. So I'd just like to provide an update about the 1718 Committee. And third is the 3 proposals for international cooperation. Now, first of all, in terms of the approach, the comprehensive human rights and development cooperation. Now, as was mentioned by the chair, I also agree that we need to have a broad-based approach or broad-based concept of human rights. That is because North Korean human rights include not only the political and civil rights, but also are directly tied to the daily lives of North Korean residents. And Chairperson Young-mi Cho also mentioned that North Korean human rights should be approached not in a narrow sense, but in a broader sense linked to humanitarian assistance, development cooperation, and peace activism as well. So then from this perspective, development cooperation can also be viewed as part of the broader human rights rather than something that is completely different from it. In fact, it could be seen as a vehicle to achieve the human rights. And of course, this does not mean that we can downplay the importance of the ESCR or other rights. And this rather means that perhaps we can take a more medium to long-term perspective regarding such issues as the political prison camps, forced labor, and freedom of expression, while simultaneously pursuing cooperation in areas that would directly impact North Koreans' survival and quality of life. In other words, perhaps that is the first area where we should seek cooperation. In other words, this can be one way of coming up with practical cooperation with North Korea that could practically improve North Koreans' lives while at the same time maintaining our principles. And the next point is about the update on the 1718 Committee sanctions exemptions. Now, the paper wrote that the sanctions exemption approval procedure has been effectively halted since July 2025, but then there have been more changes recently. So, for example, the FAO and WHO and UNICEF. So some of the projects that have been submitted by such international organizations in 2026, the 1718 Committee has either given the approval or has granted extension on these projects. So this is, I would say, some of the characteristics of the Trump administration. So this means that even on a limited scope, it seems as if the institutional pathway has been revived. So in 2026, the 1718 Committee's approved projects mostly included the projects from international organizations. So for example, the WHO Health and Diagnostic Capacity and UNICEF's Maternal and Children's Health, and also WASH, and then also FAO, the agricultural production, and so forth. So these are mostly in line with the traditional multilateral cooperation and development cooperation that have been taking place in North Korea already. But then again, what is interesting is that the multilateral cooperation is also included here, as well as the technical cooperation as well, which has been emphasized by the presenters. But this does not mean that the sanctions exemption approval would guarantee project implementation, because even with the approval, this does not mean that the North Korea is going to automatically receive them. So the North Korea's acceptance would also serve as the next hurdle. Now, I would like to mention briefly about the eye of the needle. And this is first about the multilateral cooperation. So yes, we see that the traditional bilateral framework between South Korea and North Korea is undergoing rocky phase. So I believe that it is necessary for us to at least try to maintain minimal institutional relationships with UN agencies. So for example, the Ministry of Unification and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the NSC, so they need to have a more coordinated approach, which was mentioned earlier. But I believe that we also need to find other channels as well, because the bilateral relations appear to have come to a stalemate. And I believe that perhaps right now in South Korea, what we need is a stronger cooperation between and coordination between the Ministry of Unification and Foreign Affairs, because Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be the way to go to the international organizations. So perhaps it might not be easy, but then I believe that that is what we need at this time. And another message is, I believe that the storytelling also has to change. So, for example, humanitarian assistance to North Korea being framed as international community assisting a struggling North Korea. I believe that that could also be a pressure on North Korea. So perhaps we can change this. So maybe we can shift the narrative from providing aid to North Korea to more about cooperation to fulfill joint international goals. And perhaps that could be one breakthrough to improve the acceptance from North Korea as well. In other words, I believe that we need to change the narrative or change the framing. And next is about the technical cooperation. The Cyprus case really makes interesting implications. So we could see that in Cyprus, even when political negotiations stalled, technical projects with clear practical benefits face relatively less political interference and were more likely to be sustained. So given this, I believe it is also important to focus or emphasize the technical cooperation with North Korea. Now let me conclude. Under the current conditions, it would be very hard to expect short-term changes in the inter-Korean cooperation. And of course, there is the midterm election coming up in the US in this Trump 2.0. But again, rather than trying to rely on the Western powers, I believe that North Korea is also trying to rely more on the bilateral relations and also emphasizing self-reliance more. So it seems as if it would be difficult to resume the past modes of cooperation either. Despite this, the fact that the 1718 committee sanctions exemptions resumed in 2026 shows that the institutional channels for cooperation are not completely shut. So from a development cooperation perspective, exploring the multilateral formats, North Korea's acceptance and technical cooperation models would probably lead to meaningful discourse. So the key challenge is to continue documenting and addressing North Korean human rights vulnerabilities while simultaneously searching for practical methods to improve the residents' actual daily lives. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kang, and we will move right on to the next discussion.
가겠습니다.
Professor Hong Seok-kun of Changwon University.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I am Hong Seok-kun, professor at the School of International Studies at Changwon National University. First of all, thank you for the invitation. And we have President Seo, who is heading KANGS, and I had visited Cyprus with President Seo, and we had also visited Switzerland, Geneva together. And so it was very nice to listen to the presentation on Cyprus today. And Ministry of Unification also, I'm sure, has a lot of thoughts in mind as they host these kinds of international symposiums. We are dealing with topics that are very difficult to tackle. I know the situation, so many of you have a lot of thoughts and different opinions. I'm sure as you listen to the presentations and discussions today. Listening to the two presentations, many things came to my mind. In particular, listening to the presentation by Professor Haji-Yor Yu, you talked about political support and international society's support. as important factors determining the success of the technical committees. So it's similar situation in Korea. Function-based unification strategy was established, and that was the foundation of different inter-Korean cooperation projects, including those in human rights. So we were able to gain a lot of insight from the example of other countries, and the ministry as well as the related stakeholders, different agencies have been engaging in a lot of effort to promote North Korean human rights. But right now, what all of these efforts shows us is that the issue of human rights is something that we need to approach long term. And the PhD model that we developed with KANGS, for example, peace, human rights, and development. And so whether it's economic development or institutional development, they are directly connected to human rights. So we talk about all of these things. And in Changwon right now, I'm participating in a KOICA project as well. But there is that important connection, particularly on the issue of human rights. The different stakeholders, why? Oftentimes, we don't think about why we are involved in human rights related activities in the first place. So these kinds of symposium offer us a new opportunity to think about that purpose, the why, once again. So, whether it's socialism, whether it's social rights or civil political rights, the commonality is that human rights is an issue for all societies. I'm sure that even North Korea wouldn't oppose the idea that human rights has to be dealt with. And as Chairperson Cho has mentioned also, the CPR, which has to do with political rights, North Korea is showing an allergic reaction when this is raised. So, North Korea has been coming up with different laws in order to restrain and oppress their own people. But on the other hand, as Dr. Kang has just mentioned, North Korea is still trying to participate in dialogue sessions, in negotiations. And also, with regards to development cooperation, there will be some exit strategies that will continue to evolve and come out of North Korea. And so we have to be prepared. So we have to ensure that our human rights related efforts uses all different tools available. And yes, right now the ear of the needle is very small, but who is blocking that ear? We have to think about this current situation and why we're doing this work in the first place. Listening to the example of Cyprus, I was thinking about, whether these elements alone, these factors alone have enabled the successful activity of the committee. So, on the Korean Peninsula, we have inter-Korean agreements as well. So, are they sufficient to bring about development or the peaceful coexistence and inter-Korean human rights cooperation? These are the two important keywords of today's symposium. So how can we promote momentum? How can we ensure or activate these two important concepts? That is the first question that I have in mind. And also on Chairperson Cho's presentation, yes, there were a lot of good policy recommendations that were presented. And so I read the paper well. And yes, I do think about these issues. We are in an era of a complex crisis. And so we cannot deal with just a single dimension or single sector. It's the same for human rights as well. It's multi-level, multi-dimensional, which requires multi-dimensional responses and approaches as well. In our society, as a member of academia, what the academia has to do is, we need to develop this agenda that peace and human rights are one and the same thing. So we are talking about peaceful coexistence. When you coexist, isn't it peaceful already? Well, not necessarily. When we say peaceful coexistence, we have to, it means that we need to develop specific agenda related to that concept as well. So if we don't have domestic support, these policies will not be sustainable. And human rights issues, as was mentioned in the morning session, there are criticism that it's just a handout, and sometimes that we are too passive in dealing with the DPRK. And for the younger generation, they're not interested in North Korean issues. So in this situation, what is the agenda that we need to develop and that we should connect to peace? And also, there's an irony here, and I am engaging in development projects in the local areas, and the Changwon is receiving a lot of attention because of the defense industry. And so I will be visiting Peru at the invitation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because Peru seems to be very much interested in defense industry cooperation also. So, and technical cooperation is an important area that the international community is showing a lot of interest in. But seen from the perspective of North Korean issues, that can create more tensions, because the different government ministries, agencies have all different plans and ideas about what to do. And of course, that's natural because they have different functions. And so we need to establish or really look into a national strategy, and then we have to connect the dots, the details, to ensure that inter-Korean human rights cooperation also can receive the needed momentum as well. And to add, the local governments and the different localities can also play an important role. So I study the Swedish case and the Dutch case, and I do a lot of comparison studies. And the local governments, they play an important role in peace building as they participate in the development projects. And so, particularly in a situation where there's an impasse, the role of the local governments, particularly has to do with laying the foundation. And the central government cannot do everything, and they should not do everything. So the central government, of course, can provide the guideline. However, the local government, the localities can also play important roles. And that is also going to add to breaking through the impasse that exists currently. North Korea, whether it's called DPRK or North Korea, whatever we call it, the nature of the regime is not going to change. However, there has been continuous change, and North Korea is still willing to engage in discussion and to respond to calls for human rights protection of its people in certain areas. And so we can call them as development. And this development or progress certainly will be helpful. And we have to ensure that this will be sustained to have results in the long term. So government level cooperation, the central government, local government, as well as NGO level cooperation should all be involved in order to expand the scope of human rights issues tackling. And lastly, what I want to say is that inter-Korean relations, or it has to be, of course, first of all, resolved through the political efforts. And as long as there is no Korea Pass, if there's a problem of Korea passing right now, we have to also find ways to use the U.S.-North Korea dialogue to find ways to overcome the current stalemate. And so if we engage in all of these efforts, we can begin with the non-political sector and then gradually expand to other areas. And that's going to lead to good results. And there's certainly a role that the academia can play in terms of development of the agenda. And to Chairman Joe, rather than a question, what I want to say is, how can we deal with how can we improve or ensure there will be a smooth cooperative relationship among the different government agencies and ministries? And of course, I understand that all of these efforts have to be put in place at the same time for us to make progress. So I hope that this will be an opportunity for us to think about the possibilities. Thank you.
자, 세 분의 아주
All right, thank you very much. That was very interesting discussion by the three discussants. So we have actually used up quite a lot of time, but then now I would like to give about 3 minutes to each presenter to respond to the discussions. But before that, I would like to take some questions from the floor. But please be brief in your questions for about 1 to 2 minutes. So any questions or comments about the presentation or discussions? Do you have any questions? Please raise your hand. So I see that, yes, coming into the afternoon, you must be feeling tired. Then now, before going back to the presenters, then very briefly. So yes, of course, I mentioned this earlier, but then now not just today, but I have been exposed to the similar topic for the past 10 years. And today we are talking about the connection between peace and human rights. And of course, it also includes the development cooperation and others. And then also in the human rights arena, then there's also the CPR and the ESCR. So then the three pillars, so the human rights and the development cooperation and peace. And then another is now what is related to what I do, and that is about the human rights, peace, and democracy. So what about democracy? So of course, if it is going from human rights then to peace, then perhaps it could also lead to democracy. So then this is going to be like a triangle. So human rights and the development cooperation and democracy, and then also under human rights, and there would also be the ESCR and the CPR as well. Anyway, so this is the kind of framework that we also use in the academia as well. But then I wonder whether this kind of paradigm still works, because now the UN system itself, now this was made after the Second World War. But then now these days in this multipolar era, when the international structure as we know it is no longer working, then I'm wondering whether this kind of structure is still helpful in trying to address and resolve the inter-Korea relations as well. So then from the academia perspective as well, then of course the existing framework or the existing norms, perhaps they would also be helpful. But then now looking ahead, then perhaps you also need to have further studies on what, if any, changes are needed to this type of framework. So perhaps if we get together again next year, then maybe that can be another topic for discussion. So with that, let me now go back to the presenters.
Professor Nasia, are you still connected? So can you answer the questions and comments given by our discussants? So technical cooperation in Cyprus, how is that directly connected to peaceful coexistence? You had a question about that. So 3 minutes, please.
Yes. So the official mandate of the technical committees in Cyprus has two branches. The first is to promote cooperation between the two communities in order to address everyday issues between the two communities. And the second is to promote reconciliation between the two communities. It is to improve relations between them. So the simple answer to the question is that the technical committees promote reconciliation, promote good relations between Cypriots, because that is what they are asked to do. A more complicated answer is that the technical committees have realized that sometimes there is a contradiction between promoting cooperation on the everyday level and promoting reconciliation between the two communities. And when there is a contradiction, they sideline reconciliation and they only focus on cooperation. In other words, when they feel that by advertising their work, they will somehow harm their work because they will attract negative attention, they stay quiet, they do the work, they promote cooperation on the ground, which is a good thing, but that has a negative consequence. And the consequence is that the public is not finding out what the technical committees are doing and is not receiving information that will help with reconciliation between Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. So the complicated answer to your question is that sometimes the technical committees are successful in promoting cooperation, but at the same time, they fail to promote reconciliation between Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. I guess you can communicate further if there is any further questions through email. So now, 조영미.
네, thank you very much for the invitation once again, and also I thank the discussants as well. Thank you very much for your participation. Now, as part of the dialogue today, I was thinking about how the human rights should also be looked at and from the perspective of the right to peace. And if we are to think that those engaged here would be all the human agencies, then I believe what is important is to create the kind of space where we can all get together. So now, earlier, so discussing the development cooperation, there was also the mention of defense. And yes, I believe that we also need to look at it from the human rights perspective when it comes to development cooperation. Now, because defense, yes, it is also on one hand for the purpose of defending yourself, but ultimately it is about killing between human beings. And whether we need technical cooperation for defense is something that we need to rethink from an ethical perspective. And then another point, the cooperation between local municipalities, yes, I agree. So for example, Jeju Island is also making a lot of effort. And of course, the current president was also the governor of Gyeonggi-do province, and where he also made some initiatives as well. Also in other municipalities, yes, they are also trying to make efforts, and I believe that perhaps we need to find the kind of areas where there would be intersection, and that is also apolitical. And again, I mentioned defense because when I go to these conferences held by NGOs, then what the human rights activists often mention are about some of the Korean companies like Company P or Company H, whatever. And they say that these companies are making very powerful yet cheap weapons. So these powerful weapons that are also cheap are exported to so many different countries, killing some of the people in those regions. And what do you think about this is the kind of question that I often get. So now let's say if we are working toward peaceful coexistence, then it should be not just about the peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula only. I believe that it is really for all the world. And then the last question was about how we can draw out cooperation among the different ministries, which is not going to be easy, of course. So I'm sure that some of those who are from the ministries who are here today, you might know the answers to this question. And given that I am not closely related to these ministries, it is hard for me to give the answer. But then I would say that the ambassador for human rights, peace, and democracy, who is in a neutral zone. So your role will be very important. So I ask that you play an important role. And another part of the answer could be, now, whenever I come across these ministries, is that there is such a big silo between the ministries for different issues. Still, when they get together and when they discuss and work on some problems together, and they would also come to solutions together. So I feel a sense of really a big reward in doing that. But still, if it is not really, if they are to implement what has been agreed on, then this could become extra work for the civil servants. So I believe that we need to have the kind of incentive that would reward them for implementing them as well. And I believe that, of course, that the civil servants, when they work against the basic plan and also the implementation plan as well. So the basic plan and the implementation plan also need to include the mechanism for cooperation as well. And also when we talk about the human rights, then there is, of course, the human rights NAP, and then also the human rights under the different ministries that are all separate from each other. But we also need to have an integrated viewpoint. Right now, the control tower would be the Ministry of Justice, but then I believe we also need to create the kind of integrated mechanism that can be set up by involving the different parties. But still, now let me emphasize again, the moderator, the ambassador, I believe that you have really a big role to play. So that is all. Thank you. Thank you. I am here as the moderator, but I am now given a big homework. So now then, to Mr. James Heenan, so you have been in Korea for 4 years already, meeting a lot of people, and also, of course, you have been globally working and now coming to Korea. You have also been engaged with the North Korean human rights issues, so just trying to pick your brain. So again, compared to 4 years ago, and also, of course, globally, and also you have experience in Palestine as well. So in comparison to that, then what are the implications that you have gained in Korea?
Well, my views have changed as you get to know the country better, or both countries better, and as the countries and the situation changes. And North Korea changes a lot. It has changed a lot in 4 years. And the global situation has changed a lot in 4 years. But I think two takeaways, two things that have changed. The first is that some of the human rights violations in DPRK that affect a lot of people could be fixed through international cooperation, and particularly things like food distribution. The food distribution network just doesn't work. There are some bits of it that are punitive, but generally that's something that could be fixed through knowledge and resources. The second thing is, for 4 years, listening to victims of human rights violations and hearing what they actually want to happen. That's been very illuminating, to hear what the people who have come and who have something to and who have lived it, what they say, and they're the ones whose voices need to be more heard.
감사합니다. 제가 이렇게
Thank you very much. And I had asked you for your wisdom because, so in Republic of Korea, we always focus on inter-Korean relations. And so in terms of the perspective of the international community on North Korean human rights, we are thinking maybe very different. And so we need to continue to communicate. Because last month, I visited New York and Washington, and in Washington, I had met with the congressman in the U.S. And of course, I had known it, but on North Korean human rights in the U.S., there is a bipartisan support for any resolution or effort on North Korean human rights issues. And I received a question from the U.S. about the freedom of religion in the Republic of Korea, in South Korea, suddenly. And I was wondering why. As you know, specific religion in Korea is giving the impression to the U.S. that South Korean government is oppressing certain religions or has a oppression against a certain religious group. And so how are we going to do with this? And so I realized that, the human rights issues between South Korea and North Korea now have to be connected also as we deal with international community as well. And so we need to have an integrated approach, it seems. And with regards to development cooperation, there's a lot of different talk, but oftentimes this is dealt with by the Prime Minister's office, but for human rights, the final say is in the Ministry of Justice, which is a different situation. And so we need to have a comprehensive human rights mechanism established here in South Korea in the first place to deal with the broader issue of human rights on the Korean Peninsula. Since we have a next session coming up, we will conclude here. I'd like to thank the presenters and discussants once again. Please give them a warm applause.
이 세션에서 수고해 주신
Thank you very much to the moderator, Ambassador Lee Sung-hoon, as well as all the discussants and presenters. Once again, a big hand, please. And now we will be taking close to a 20-minute break and resume session 3 at 3:20. Thank you.
안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 제3세션이 시작됩니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning session 3 shortly, so we invite everyone to take your seats. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 뒤 제3
We will be beginning session 3 shortly. Again, we invite our participants to take your seats. Thank you.
지금부터 오늘 마지막 순서인
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the last session of the day, which is session 3, under the theme of creating the foundation for inter-Korea cooperation. This session will be moderated by Research Fellow Soo-am Kim of the Korea Institute for National Unification. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. I am Soo-am Kim, the Emeritus Research Fellow at the Korea Institute for National Unification. Yes, the North Korean human rights issue has been receiving the international attention from around 2000. So it's been over 25 years since then, and we see that there has also been heightened awareness inside North Korea as well about the human rights. So then, from that perspective, taking a look back to the human rights situation in North Korea, then there has been a lot of improvement, but also still a lot of limitations. So now, the previous session was about international cooperation to advance human rights, but this session is about the multi-dimensional or multi-layer inter-Korean human rights cooperation. So that is not going to be easy because, of course, North Korea, despite the various developments and changes, it is still quite resentful against the issues of CPR. So then the human rights cooperation in and of itself might be a very difficult start to begin with. Now, despite that, from the three presenters, we will listen to some of the approaches of mobilizing the human rights cooperation. So I do hope that we will be able to engage in constructive dialogue on the inter-Korean human rights cooperation. So I will introduce the presenter one by one before the start. And I would like to give 15 minutes to the presenter. And then the discussant should have 7 minutes. And now, first of all, about the legal and policy considerations on inter-Korean human rights cooperation. This topic will be delivered by researcher Koo-jin Chung of the Seoul National University. So please go ahead.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, I am Chung Koo-jin. In fact, listening to the earlier sessions, I was thinking that my presentation is somewhat an approach from a different perspective. And oftentimes, the issue of human rights is approached from an international perspective. But as I was preparing for this presentation, in terms of the inter-Korean relationship, I was thinking about whether this is an relevant perspective. But anyhow, I majored in law, and I am looking at inter-Korean relations from the perspective of the legislative or legal issues. And so the current legal system, constitution is maintained. And of course, we've seen the rise of the claim about 2 hostile states and others. But anyhow, despite all of these changes, my presentation is a presentation of my personal view on what are the legal and policy considerations on inter-Korean human rights cooperation. And I also included some proposals on how to improve or how we should structure the future inter-Korean human rights cooperation as well. For other countries, they may have a different perspective on the human rights issue, but we have a different perspective here in South Korea. If you look at our constitution, it talks about peaceful unification as a national goal. And so in the dealing with the issue of North Korean human rights, we have this roadmap of peaceful unification, which is different from that of the international community. And so we have to look at North Korean human rights from the perspective of local or domestic law. So here, because of different reasons, we have some participants who may think that, as you listen to my perspective, you may think that after the 2 hostile state theory has been raised, you may think that my view may be dubious. I mean, my perspective may not be you may not empathize with what I say, but anyhow, I do want to mention that this is just from a legalist perspective. And with regards to the efficacy, in terms of efficacy, the North Korean Human Rights Act right now is not very effective, and that is the broad consensus. And so the North Korean Human Rights Promotion Advisory Committee, as well as the North Korean Human Rights Foundation, have not been active. And regards to resolutions on North Korean human rights, depending on the government in South Korea, our perspectives have changed. And on this year's resolution, the fact that we co-sponsored, the current government was faced with domestic criticism. But the first thing we need to consider on North Korean human rights is how North Korea looks at human rights. Professor Moon Jung-in earlier did mention this, but what is the perspective of North Korea? I think we should begin with understanding their perspective. So for North Korea, their view is that human rights can change according to historical experiences. It's not universal, and each country has their own interpretation of human rights. And so through different pathways, North Korea has been criticized about its human situation as a result of this perspective. And we may think that, how can we engage in human rights cooperation with North Korea when we have very different perspectives on human rights in the first place? Another important thing to consider is the issue of predictability. Oftentimes, South Koreans think that North Korea is unpredictable, but for North Korea, when they look at South Korea, they may also think the same, that we are unpredictable. We don't know who's going to be the next South Korean president. And once there's a new government in place, their policy towards North Korea changes. And so we have to think about whether we are a credible or predictable partner for North Korea as well. And the most problematic fact is that the Kaesong Industrial Complex has been suspended since 2016. Whether the president has the right to resume the operations, we still have legal controversies over this issue. So, and some say that it can be justified because it's a part of the power of the president. However, others say that because of political reasons, can the president stop cooperation with North Korea or try to decide on resuming the cooperation? So again, there is that criticism as well. So personally for me, I feel that currently, under the current South Korean legislation, the South Korean president does not have that authority. And so as a result, the South Korean companies that were driven out of the complex have not been compensated for their loss because, according to our legal system, the president doesn't have the right to stop this, the operation. And so has South Korea been predictable from the perspective of North Korea? No. If you think about that, North Korea may actually have experienced an unpredictable South Korean government as well. And on the issue of inter-Korean human rights cooperation, first of all, we need to begin with the normative meaning of the North Korean residents' human rights within the domestic legal framework. And also, whether it's humanitarian support, does the South Korean government have the duty to guarantee the human rights of the North Korean residents? So does the South Korean have this special responsibility? We have to think about that. And then we also have to think about the practical methods. We talked about this earlier, but what are the practical methods through which the human rights of North Korean residents can be guaranteed? So that is what I would like to talk about today. With regards to the legal status of the North Korean residents, if you look at the current constitution and legal system, the North Korean residents do have the legal status as South Korean people. And the relationship between the two Koreas is one of a special relationship and not a relationship of separate states. And so some may think that this doesn't reflect the reality, but in international law, the statehood is respected. However, under the Korean law, legal system, they are seen as not separate states. And so it's not that the North Korean statehood itself is being denied, but when it comes to inter-Korean relationship, North Korea doesn't have that status. So for example, from Israel's perspective, Palestine is not a state. So it's similar on the Korean Peninsula. So North Korea does have the status as a partner for dialogue and negotiation. However, there's also the opposite perspective as well. And it is under this circumstance that North Korea has raised the issue of two hostile states. And I think that just reflects the current perspective of the North Korean regime. And so if that's the case, then we are still at war with each other. And so these two hostile states, this theory, when it comes to it means that South Korea has a different status from the perspective of North Korea. And so this may lead to different interpretation. And seen from that perspective, with regards to the legal status of North Korean residents, under the current legal system of South Korea, North Korean residents are recognized as part of the state responsibility to respect their rights. However, reality is not necessarily so. And of course, there are a lot of criticism, the fact that the current legal system doesn't reflect reality. And so that criticism continues. We just our current perspective on inter-Korean relationships seen through the perspective of South Korean legal system has some similarities with the German case, but we have to think about unification as well. So North Korea having the legal status under the South Korean law, some people might think that then we should think of North Korea as people of South Korea as well. But do the North Korean people, residents, have the access to all of the rights, all of the data and information? And are the North Korean residents themselves aware of the fact that they have this right? I think we have to think about that. And so North Korean residents right now, well, normatively, how is that being justified? The fact that under the South Korean system, they, according to some people, do not have that status as part of South Korea. So then, if that's the case, then should they have the status as South Korean people living in other countries, our Dongpos, for example. So realistically, we have to provide special support to the North Korean residents if that's the case. But if they do not have that legal status, the North Korean people, then the special compensation provided to them, can that be justified? So for example, for the North Korean escapees, if they are the only ones receiving support, then that goes against the principle of equality, because the Korean residents in other countries don't necessarily receive that support. So if there's that constitutional court case brought about in the courts, or if that is deliberated in the courts, then I don't know how the results are going to be. In terms of social integration also, basically, the North Korean residents, I believe, should be recognized for their status under South Korean law. And with regards to how specifically their rights, their status should be guaranteed, well, right now, under the Constitution, their rights are not being protected. And so in the future, whether it's before or after unification, we have to have a way to address their grievances and be compensated for any damages. So seen from that perspective, the support for North Korean residents should not simply be humanitarian assistance, but that has to be support to guarantee the rights under the Constitution. But if the North Korean residents do not have that legal status, then the human rights guarantee or humanitarian support to North Korean residents, South Korea will not have that responsibility. So whether that responsibility exists or not, that brings about major changes in our policy towards North Korea. And even after unification, if North Koreans begin to recognize that we don't know how unification will go about in the future personally. So I personally oppose unification by absorption, but no one knows how unification is going to take place. So we may have constitutional revision or have a new constitution, or the North Korean constitution may be revised to have unification. But anyhow, after unification, if the North Korean residents realize that the South Korean government have given up their duties towards the North Korean residents when their rights are guaranteed under the Constitution, then what are they going to do? How are they going to respond? Are they going to ask for compensation? So that's another legal issue that we need to consider. And so humanitarian assistance is part of the guarantee of basic rights according to the current legal system. And so what are the legal framework on the inter-Korean exchanges and cooperation and North Korean human rights? So we have the different acts on development inter-Korean relations, and also we have the North Korean Human Rights Act as well. So whether the contents of these acts are favorable, well, in terms of normative interpretation, we say that North Korean residents have that legal status. But when we are trying to apply the law, if we're going to have policy considerations, then I don't think it's necessarily important to have that stated guarantee of legal status be implemented on the ground, because right now that is impossible. And so right now there are some revision to the name of these laws, and I believe that in some cases the legal revisions or the revision of the name is necessary because the human rights of North Korean residents, I think in practice is more important. But then here what we need to think about is that just because we change the name of the act does not mean that North Korea is going to change. The North Korean regime is going to change. So I think we need to think about that as well. But of course, there are different kinds of acts being established in North Korea. And I believe framing that as the 3 evil acts of North Korea is not helping the situation. And a lot of different surveys and my personal research also points to this fact. So inter-Korean cooperation projects, through those projects, there's been a lot of exchange of information, and North Korea feels that its regime is being threatened. So the Kaesong project, we feel that this is a cooperative project. However, for North Koreans, they had felt some threats as a result. And so the clothes made in Kaesong complex, there were cases when these clothes were sold in the black market in North Korea, and so North Korea had naturally developed a negative perspective. This has naturally led to a feeling of threat against the regime security, and particularly in a society like North Korea, where the state and the leadership security are one and the same. This will bring about a negative result. And so personally for me, in terms of the norms, I said that legally speaking, yes, the North Korean residents do have the legal status. However, we don't necessarily have to emphasize that, and we have to really explicitly state that in all our laws. And I personally believe that there has to be trust building and an understanding between the two Koreas that as long as North Korea doesn't first attack the South, there will be no preemptive attack by South Korea against the North. And so we have to go through legal revisions requiring approval for improvement in inter-Korean relations from the National Assembly or certain ministries. And even with a change of the government in South Korea, we can have sustainability continuity. And personally for South Koreans, it's a no-brainer for us. We're not going to preemptively, attack North Korea. But however, what North Korea needs is an explicit statement that that is the case. And right now, what is happening is that, all of the information is filtered out, but with regards to humanitarian support, an example I give is that just because you send some food assistance doesn't mean that Kim Jong-un is going to change. So of course, providing humanitarian support continuously, just having a simple process of reporting and easing such processes for providing humanitarian assistance to North Korea, that has to be deregulated a lot that in order to improve relations with the North. And taking one step forward, our South Korean government, just because we talk about North Korean human rights, it doesn't necessarily lead to actual improvement. So rather than the government taking the lead, maybe we can begin with private sector or civil society cooperation, and the government should be providing back of the curtain support. And so that is one way to guarantee the legal status of the North Korean residents as guaranteed under the South Korean legal system. But with regards to deregulation, of course, the international community is calling for monitoring as well. However, in terms of guaranteeing the human rights, even without monitoring, it's important for us to continue to have this inflow of support, humanitarian support to North Korea. With regards to the Human Rights Act, well, after unification, if North Korean residents wish so, we have to have continuous data and information collected in order to address the grievances that from the North Korean residents afterwards. So with regards to the direction of our perspective of North Korean human rights, I think the main perspective has to be on guaranteeing the rights of the North Korean residents. So the human rights, the humanitarian support, all of these efforts, you may think that they may not are very effective. However, we have to change our perspective. So we have to see the situation from the perspective of North Korea. We have to ensure that through filtering, through system, through going through the different layers, we have to guarantee the security of North Korea as well. And so if we have to continue to maintain that perspective as we try to address the North Korean human rights issues. And so if we say that North Korean residents have that legal status, then externally, the North Korean, you may think that we have to be very vocal about the human rights violations in the North, but I think we need to be more tactical, more strategic in our approach. And so I've been going on for long, but I'd like to conclude here, and I will address your questions later on. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Jung Jin. The legal status of North Korean residents and inter-Korean cooperation and the connection between the two. What is the legal basis for that? And the legal and institutional supplementary measures necessary to guarantee the rights of North Korea. That was the gist of the presentation. From the perspective of human rights cooperation, well, cooperation is possible because we have a partner, which is North Korea, and the legal institutional complementary measures. What is the direction that we should take? What specific measures are necessary in order to strengthen the legal and institutional basis? Maybe you can answer that later on.
Now the second presentation is under the topic of international development cooperation, a pathway to human rights in DPRK, to be delivered by Senior Research Fellow Ji-young Hong from the Korea Exim Bank. And if you could keep it to 15 minutes, thank you. Yes, good afternoon. I am from the Korea Exim Bank, from the Center of Studies on the North Korean Development. I am Ji-young Hong, so thank you very much for the invitation today. My topic today is the International Development Cooperation, a pathway to human rights in DPRK. And the gist is that the development cooperation can serve as the implementation pathway for human rights. Now, of course, in the morning session has already been discussed at length, but the human rights and development cooperation sometimes appear to be at tension with each other. In other words, focus on human rights appear to narrow the gateway for cooperation and vice versa. But really, the development cooperation, is it really at tension with human rights? Are they really mutually exclusive? And in order to move away from this dichotomy, I thought that it was important for us to reframe the question. So for the development cooperation and human rights, rather than alternatives, if the development cooperation can be the pathway to human rights, then perhaps the two values that appear to be at odds with each other might perhaps find room to coexist, is the main message of my presentation. Now first, looking at some of the normative basis. Now then, in the ICE SCR, now there are the three elements of fulfilling the SCR. And now under Article 2-1, then there are the three keywords. First is the progressive realization, and second is the maximum of available resources, and third is the international assistance and cooperation. Now, progressive realization is because, and that is coming from the recognition of the finite resources of a country. And then about the maximum of available resources, this is inclusive the resources of not only inside the country but also from the outside. And the third keyword, the international assistance and cooperation. So this text itself, now sometimes it can be construed that the development cooperation is also seen as an obligation of the parties, and then this would be the inherent mechanism to pursue the development cooperation. And in fact, in the prior literature, they have already been studied as the rights-based approach, development, or the humanitarian development peace triple nexus. So then today, I would like to take a look back to the current situation and then also look at some of the current state and the distinctiveness of the DPRK. And then also what are the intersection between the case of North Korea and the normative basis. And then based on that intersection, what are some of the doable approaches? Now first, about the structural diagnosis of the DPRK. Now there are, so this is about the two contrasting phases of North Korea. So North Korea is a conventionally fragile state. Usually they have weak resources, weak institutions, and also has deficits. But then for the DPRK, they have very strong central mobilization capacity. But at the same time, in terms of the basic living and economic infrastructure, there are serious deficits. So we see that there are these duality or the contrasting dimensions that we can witness from North Korea. And that is also reflected in North Korea's 2010 regional development policy. So at the 9th Party Congress, there was the work review report that was announced. And as you would know, in the 2010 regional development policies, some of the selected cities and counties, so not only the factories and hospitals and service facilities, so not only just to build them, but to operationalize them would be the end goal. But then because it is the municipalities that are tasked with building and putting them into operation, the achievement so far is not satisfactory, which was also admitted in the report. And another is the Russian and the Ukrainian war, and as a result of that, North Korea has also been affected. So recently, there were assessments that North Korea has grown by about 3% in GDP. And yes, we can say that this is a remarkable growth, especially after the COVID-19 and also from the fact that North Korea is isolated. But again, this is thanks to their weapons sales to Russia. So given the situation, then the fact that they have grown only 3% exhibits the current limitations that they have. Still, we could also see some shift in the direction in this report. So in the past, they emphasized high-speed growth. But now in this plan or in this review, they talked more about the stabilization and also qualitative development. So in sum, we can see that North Korea is also placing emphasis on infrastructure, but still it is aware of the bottlenecks that it has in putting them into operation. Given that, then, Pyongyang itself appears to recognize the need to strengthen its capacity. Another empirical case that I would like to show you is the disaster coping capacity. What you're seeing now is the Informed Risk Index, and this is about the disaster. So this is how you are ready against disaster. This index was developed by the EU Joint Research Center, and this is showing the type and extent of support that you need from the outside. So if we are to look at the numbers for North Korea, then for the hazard exposure itself, for North Korea, it is 81. So It is one out of 191 countries, so then it is not that high. But then now, whether it has the coping capacity, then you see that their rank is quite low. So their vulnerability is also 84, so it is not that bad. But then in terms of the coping capacity, then it is only 34. So you see that it is quite low. So of course the hazard and exposure and the vulnerability, so North Korea, of course they would have the risk there, but then again 81, 84, so that that itself is not that bad, but then because of the lack of coping capacity, so their exposure and vulnerability are made worse once they do occur. And then also UNESCO and also UNISDR, they also measure such numbers. So for example, the estimated annual disaster loss, and from the UNESCO, then there is approximately 1.5% of the GDP per year that is being lost due to disasters. So that is why European Commission has also placed North Korea in the high-risk group as part of the 31 countries. So I have also brought some more data, but because of the time, let me skip over them. Then now such distinction, then how does it compare to other similar countries? And what you're seeing here is the ranking by man-made risks and the natural disaster risk. So among the vulnerable countries like Somalia, Afghanistan, Yemen, Myanmar, so in these cases, what is common is that the higher the natural disaster risk, the higher the man-made risks, meaning that the man-made risk is high, so they cannot cope with the natural disaster either. But in the case of North Korea, the man-made risk is very low, 0.3, showing very strong control by the central government. But still, the natural disaster risk is very high. So for a country like this, then if there is input that is combined with the capacity, then the result is going to be quite quick and very effective, is one of the implications from these findings. So considering this, then that means that there has to be more support for North Korea because it is likely to be more effective than other peer countries. But looking at the actual support that was given, then for Malawi, then $40 million, and also Malawi, $26 million in 2020. And that is because there has been heightened interest in DRR. So a lot of support is going the way toward the countries with high disaster risk. Compared to that, for North Korea, it's close to zero. And that is because since COVID-19, North Korea has rejected all the support that is coming from the outside. So all this situation combined, what this shows is then is North Korea at a distance from the ESCR? Does it not want them? That's not the case either. So for example, the 2010 municipal development. Now this is about closing the regional disparities, and this is also in line with the minimum core obligations that is one of the principles of the ICESR implementation, and also about the progressive realization and the maximum available resources. So of course, these are the linkages that I have made, but again, I see that they are in line with some of the ICESR principles. So the North Korea also has the goals to reduce the regional disparities and also to provide more support to the most vulnerable. So they are in line with the international principles. And where is the gap coming from? And that is from the tools or the methods. Now North Korea has been relying on self-reliance for quite a long time, and now more recently it can perhaps rely on Russia and China. But then for international development cooperation, perhaps up until the 2010s, then there has been quite a lot of them, but then since then it is reducing, and since the international sanctions, we see that the support has really dwindled down to the really minimum humanitarian aid, mostly coming from the neutral countries and also for the sanitation for children and so forth, like WASH projects. So this also means that we probably need to explore ways to reactivate support or aid to North Korea by reframing our own perception. In other words, if as soon as we bring about human rights, then the North Korean regime might be provoked. But then, if we are to say that this is about capacity strengthening, then that could be more acceptable. And at the same time, it could also serve to strengthen the North Korean society and improve the living standards of the people. So in other words, we could find a way that could go around the North Korean sensitivity to human rights and cause little practical fraction under the two hostile state theory. Then what about, so what do we need to do to approach this from the capacity building perspective? Now, because of the time, I cannot go into the details, but if I may just summarize, then we need to move away from one-off humanitarian aid. So in terms of the capacity, then there can be the capacity at the individual level and organization level and the environmental level. So let's say if there is going to be the capacity, so for the individual level, then it would be about training and education. Organization level would be about improving the rules and the regulations. So it has to come in a full package. And that is also in line with the localization that is increasingly being emphasized from the development cooperation arena. So that is, I would say, quite aligned with the norm of the recent development cooperation framework. Then how can we operationalize this? So far the channels mostly had been bilateral and multilateral, but today the bilateral channel between the DPRK and South Korea is almost non-existent. And even for the multilateral channels, now a lot of the permanent offices of the UN agencies, so it seems as if the disconnect from the UN agencies and the North Korea is getting much more prolonged than we had expected. Then what can be the approach? Perhaps one thing could be the multi-donor or the government-to-government cooperation framework. Now, in this multi-donor frame, then Korea could be one of the donors. So centered on the neutral countries that have had long-standing relations with North Korea. So South Korea could be a part of it in equal portion. Perhaps later on we could increase our portion, but anyway, so by doing so we could get a foot into the cooperation with North Korea. And here the example that I cite is the Ireland bilateral agreement. So this was initially a UK-Ireland bilateral agreement, but then later on other donors participated, with the United States giving the biggest fund. But anyways, not only the US, but also EU, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. And initially this was for development cooperation, but ultimately was for peace building. So this could be one example. And then thinking about North Korea based on this example, then now in terms of the base layer, then there would be for the, this could be the multilateral channel. And then for the, and then there could be the bilateral channel for the trust building. And then we could also move on to the specialized layer where there can be intergovernmental multi-donor fund to provide funding for the targeted investment. For example, hospital construction under 2010 and health workforce training. So in the end, in terms of development cooperation with North Korea, so far has been discussed at a distance from human rights. But ultimately, this is also about improving the living standards of the North Koreans, which could be helpful in strengthening the ESCR and the CPR as well. So the development cooperation in that sense can serve as the pathway to achieve human rights. So that was my presentation in a compressed time, and this was intended to find and explore various development cooperation methods against the context of the North Korean specificity. Thank you very much. So now, of course, the human rights cooperation would be the key in this session. And then she looked at development cooperation to see whether this can be the pathway to achieve human rights cooperation as well. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry that I couldn't give you more time. So of course we have the representation from the Unification Ministry as well. So then if you believe that there are some ideas that can be turned into policy implementation, including Dr. Hong's ideas, then please let us know during the discussion time. Thank you.
The third presentation is on measures for inter-Korean human rights cooperation through UN human rights mechanisms. The presenter is Professor Im Sang-soon of Pyeongtaek University. Let me introduce myself. I'm Im Sang-soon of Pyeongtaek University. Thank you very much for the invitation to present at this prestigious event. In the morning, we had a meeting among the faculty as school is opening again for the next semester. So in the morning, since I'm heading the Human Rights Center at our university, I gave a presentation, and now I'm giving a presentation again on this topic. And I was thinking about what to present, and I had watched a film. I watched The Odyssey, and two things stood out. First is Calypso, and I was looking at that scene, and we have this paradise, but humans can live in paradise only for 7 years, so it's very difficult to have satisfaction. The next is Ksenia. As you know, Ksenia is the law of Zeus, which is to show hospitality to visitors. So this concept of hospitality, and connection to human rights, I was thinking about that. Karl Basak is a Czech-French philosopher, and since he was studying in France, he looked at the spirit, the freedom, equality, and liberty, which is the basic concepts from the French Revolution. And so Karel Vasak differentiated the human rights into different generations. The first generation human rights is the civil and political rights, which are and then also the second generation human rights are economic, social, and cultural rights. And the third generation human rights are solidarity rights, which I interpret as hospitality. So hospitality to those in difficult situations, to the vulnerable groups. So that is the solidarity rights, the third generation human rights of Karel Vasak. And so this leads to two issues. The first is our topic today is foundations for inter-Korean human rights cooperation, the different dimension. And so in terms of the foundation, what I thought about was, domestic, we have South Korean society is one of the most important foundations. So if we're going to provide solidarity and hospitality to North Korea, if we're going to have inter-Korean human rights cooperation, could we persuade the South Korean people? So in 2025, we conducted a survey. I looked at the survey results for South Korean perspective on North Korea. So 92% answered it's oppressive, and offensive is 83%, not honest 82%, and then threatening is 81% response. So we have the South Korean perspective, which is very negative, and to tell them we have to engage in human rights cooperation with the North, can that be persuasive enough? So to my students, I'm teaching a course on unification on North Korea, and I always ask this question. So what do you think about support towards North Korea? And what I'm always surprised is that as the years go by, the number of those students who oppose cooperation with North Korea is increasing. In 2019, 2018, we had very positive perspective about the North Korea among our students, but now, these days, I think those who are willing to cooperate with North Korea are the minority. So under this circumstance, can we continue to cooperate? So the second issue is the receptivity of North Korea. As you know, a territory provision was made through legal revision in the North Korea. So to ask North Korea to engage in human rights cooperation, will that be received well by North Korea? So what can we do? I mean, we have to obviously continue to engage in human rights cooperation with North. How can we persuade South Korean public in the first place and also persuade North Korea? And I believe that one way to do that is use the UN human rights mechanisms. And so I tried to verify that through my research. And from page 209, you will see the results. There are three important things. First, in regards to human rights covenants. Second is the UN right to development. And the third is sustainable development goals, SDGs of UN. So I divided it into three because these three are accepted by both South Korea and North Korea. Even North Korea accepts these three. And so how can we use this in order to promote human rights cooperation on the Korean Peninsula? And how can we increase receptivity by the South Koreans and by North Korea as well? So to give you the conclusion, it's possible, according to my research. So these three can be used to establish the foundation in order to persuade the South Korean people and to increase receptivity by North Korea with regards to human rights cooperation. But one thing I'd like to explain is that I have some sub-conclusions in my paper and I give proposals here. And since this is being hosted by Ministry of Unification, policy proposals would be appropriate. And so after I explain, I will be also giving my sub-conclusions as my proposals. So first of all, the human rights covenants. And it's possible to persuade South Korean public because we are a party to the UN and to the UN human rights covenants as well. So, and North Korea is also a party to some of the covenants, and there are 5 important areas. Among the 5, the 3 has to do with human rights, and it also stipulates international cooperation for human rights. On page 210, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities, and the ICESCR. And particularly in the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Covenant, it is stipulated that international cooperation is an obligation, it's a duty. And so as a member of the UN, the children and the persons with disabilities and for social rights in North Korea, we have the responsibility to cooperate with North Korea. And if we use that logic, that we will be able to persuade the South Korean people, and North Korea is also parties to these covenants, and so it's possible to cooperate. Next is on the right to development. In 1986, this was adopted at the UN, and so this year is the 40th anniversary of the Declaration of the Right to Development. And I looked it up, and the ironic thing is that 155 countries have voted on adoption of the declaration, and 1 country opposed, which is the US. But there is a country that actively was in favor, which is Romania and Yugoslavia. And so these 3 countries are very important with regards to the Declaration of the Right to Development. 3 things are important. First is this declaration defines right to development as an inalienable right. And the second aspect is that all humans should be able to enjoy the right to development. And thirdly, international peace has to be attained. You need to have international peace so that the funding resources going to weapons development can be used for development rights. And so it calls for arms reduction and peace building. And this also can be persuasive for South Korean people. And so if the 2 countries can coexist, then it could be persuasive as well. And so we can reduce our defense industry budget, and invest in AI and industry to guarantee the right to development. And for North Korea also, this can be quite persuasive as well. And so with regard to right to development, the 2 countries will be able to accept, and we can persuade both sides. And under the right to development, there's a section about sanctions, but I'm going to skip over that because on UN sanctions, the 1718 committee role has already been presented earlier, so I will skip through that. And my sub-conclusion number 2, I'd like to go on to that. So There are 6 UN agencies that are working in North Korea. Since COVID, of course, the staff have withdrawn. However, in North Korea, there are still UN agencies that have offices there, and we can use these offices to provide support. During the Moon Jae-in government, we had the last support, and in 2019, 2020, since then, the support has stopped. Under the Lee Jae-myung government now, we can continue to find ways to support North Korea through these UN agencies. But of course, this is not a direct support, and so this may be politically difficult. However, since Moon Jae-in government, the support through the UN agencies have stopped. And so, right now, providing support to North Korea through UN agencies, I mean, North Korea tends to be receptive about that. And so, some say don't let your left hand know what the right hand is doing. So similarly, there is a need for us to continue to support using the UN agencies. Lastly, we have sustainable development. We talked about VNR earlier also, but right now, North Korea continues to say that it's talking about the 20 by 10 policy. It is working to revive its economy. So of course we have to look at North Korea as part of the same people. However, they are a developing country, so they need humanitarian assistance, but also some assistance for it to develop its capability to grow on its own. And so I think the focus has to be on the fact that North Korea is a developing country. And so with this, I will go into sub-conclusion 3 before finishing. So the South Korean government, even before the easing of the sanctions against North Korea, taking the circumstances into account, South Korean government should, until the UN Security Council sanctions against the North are eased, explore ways to cooperate with the North within the framework of UN human rights mechanisms toward the realization of SDG goals that are not subject to sanctions against North Korea and that North Korea can accept, such as poverty eradication, good health and well-being, quality education, and others. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Lim. So the Declaration on the Right to Development and the SDG rights, as well as the UN Human Rights Covenants. You talked about how to make a breakthrough in inter-Korean human rights cooperation using these existing mechanisms. And time permitting, maybe we can also talk about the SDG-based or SDG-mediated foundation building for inter-Korean human rights cooperation. So after we have that conditions built, then the CPR-based human rights cooperation and the methodology, whether the changes in these other civil and political rights dimensions will be possible. Maybe we can talk about that as well. Now we have designated discussants.
So given that we have 3 discussants with 45 minutes left, so I hope that you would also take that into consideration. Now first, we have Mr. Lee Kyu-chang, who is Senior Research Fellow at the Korean Institute for National Unification. Yes, thank you very much. Great to meet you all. I am Kyu-chang Lee from the Korean Institute for National Unification. Thank you for the 3 presenters for the presentation. And for me, I don't really have specific questions about the presentation, but given the fact that the topic of this session is about the multidimensional foundation for inter-Korean human rights cooperation, so befitting the topic, I would just like to share with you what I have been thinking. So for example, the direction of the inter-Korea cooperation, what we need, our own society. So I believe that one thing is about the perception, and second is, of course, Dr. Chung talked about the legal framework. So I believe, yes, we also need to have the legal backing, and then third is about the current status. So I'd just like to share my thoughts on these 3 points. Now first, about the perception. Now in Korea, of course, the peace, human rights, and development. So when we talk about human rights, then we tend to think that this would be detrimental to cooperation and development. So I believe that that is one hurdle that we need to overcome. So we do have the North Korea Human Rights Act, and in Article 2, then it says that we should work toward human rights improvement in North Korea and also improvement of the inter-Korea relations and development of the Korean Peninsula at the same time. So of course that's not going to be easy, but again we have to think about ways to approach all three at the same time: human rights, peace, and development. So peace and development versus human rights. So we need to overcome this perception, and perhaps we need to have some kind of campaign or education to overcome that mental hurdle. And so in October last year, there was also a report about inter-Korea relations, and again there they talked about the importance of the relations between human rights and development and cooperation. And then also, of course, Professor Lim did not have the time to discuss this, but then yes, there are the first generation, second generation, and third generation of the human rights. So up until like 10, 15 years ago, we only talked about like the CPR, but so I believe that it took over a decade to start talking about the ESCR. So of course, so I believe that now it took a long time for the government to realize that it is equally important to pursue ESCR. But now, of course, the third generation human rights, I believe that that is still the perception about the third generation human rights is still lacking, both at the governmental level and also among the citizens as well. So again, in terms for the right to peace, there was also a declaration from the UN. So that was about the declaration about the social development, and then also the right to environment. So there's really no such concept. But then in the UN, so the UN documents already use the term right to environment, the environmental rights. So the development and peace and the right to peace, right to development. So I believe that we need to further expand the concept of human rights for the third generation human rights, including the right to development, peace, and environment as well. And second is about the legal and the regulations. Now, for the inter-Korea relations today, the biggest difficulty is the lack of response from our partner, North Korea. How do we get that reaction? So, for example, the hostile two-state theory and also the rejection of one people concept. So when we talk about the North Korean regime, then it often leads to the conquering of the other side or absorbing North Korea. But North Korea keeps saying that human rights is their national right. So the CIA report, so the 13th and the 14th installations, and then now since then there is also the DPRK or the Chosun Human Rights Report, and this report also says that human rights are national rights. So they keep mentioning the same thing. And then also from 2025, they also say there is also a very thick tome on human rights, saying that the human rights is national right. So again, the infringement of human rights is infringement of their right to self-autonomy. And then they also say that in another document that they would strengthen their protection of national interest. So if we are to advance the inter-Korea cooperation, then we need to, it seems as if we need to keep emphasizing to North Korea that we will not infringe upon their human rights regime. But then that also would be related to our constitution as well. So I do hope that perhaps in the North Korean Constitution, Article 1, that can also be included. And also this was not mentioned by Dr. Chung, I believe, because of the time, but that was part of his paper as well. And then now again, to improve the North Korean human rights, and of course we need inter-Korea cooperation, but we also need global cooperation. So we need to have both the inter-Korea and global cooperation. So by doing so, we need to improve the human rights situation in North Korea, and I also hope that this could be included into the basic laws. So there are some of the basic rules for the overseas missions, and they also talk about the need to work toward improving the inter-Korea cooperation. And then also there are the master plans, like the 3-year or the 5-year human rights master plan, and I also hope that they will also include the human rights improvement in North Korea. And also there are some other like laws and the regulations in Korea whose implementation plan also includes improvement of North Korean human rights. And then the third is about the actual approach. Now, for North Korea, as they amended their constitution, the biggest change was about the greater emphasis on improving the welfare of its residents and their living environment. For example, providing great living conditions to North Koreans. So please remember living conditions. So that is their stated policy direction. Now, likewise in Korea, of course, we have had the conservative or the liberal governments, but no matter who they were, we have also had the North Korea human rights policies. But again, remembering living conditions, then what we need to remember is Article 11 of the ISESCR. And it says that the party should grant the right to its citizens to enjoy sufficient living conditions. So of course, it did not talk about the human rights, but then I believe that they are part of the human rights. So from the perspective of the human rights, and this would be tantamount to the right to improve their living conditions. Now, because of the time, I would just like to mention a few more. Another is about the status survey on the food shortage and also about the housing. So of course, North Korea has their housing laws and regulations, and then also about the energy related to housing as well. And another thing that is also related to what Dr. Hong said, and that is about the development cooperation. And of course, this can be included into the realm of human rights. And also the 2010 Region Development Plan. This is reflective of the large gap between the capital and the non-capital regions in North Korea. So for example, housing and energy, what are the differences between the housing and the energy in the capital and the non-capital regions? So based on this understanding, then we can pursue human rights cooperation as well. Thank you.
예, 이규창 박사님, 최근에
So thank you very much, Dr. Lim. So you talked about some of the legal amendments in North Korea that took place recently, and also where are some of the areas of possible cooperation. Thank you.
Our next discussant is Francis Dae-hoon Lee, Director of TEPI at Peace Momo. I'm Lee Dae-hoon, and peace building, capacity building, and Policy Education and Policy Development Institute is our Peace Momo. And I'd like to give my views on the presentations and then give questions. First, on the presentation by Dr. Im Sang-soon, Measures for Inter-Korean Human Rights Cooperation through UN Human Rights Mechanisms, you emphasized the 5 major human rights treaties jointly ratified, and also you talked about the inexplicability of humanitarian assistance. Yes, please speak into the microphone. Yes, I understand. And also the guarantee of rights of the vulnerabilities, upon which is the SDG-based cooperation and military tension easing and the possibility of cooperation. That is what has been mentioned. On the same topic, I had given the same policy proposal 5 years ago. So it was a 50-page policy proposal to the government that I had submitted, but there is a time difference, and the first thing that comes to my mind this time is that humanitarian assistance and the effect on human rights guarantee is, well, the second presenter, Dr. Hong Ji-young, talked about capacity building cooperation. There's a difference between the two frameworks, and so I will make a comparison between the two. And in particular, during the discussion, it was mentioned often, but I'm going to call North Korea as DPRK. So in DPRK, South Korea led humanitarian assistance. North Korea looks at this as something that hurts or threatens its own very survival, or the survival of the regime. And so what kinds of changes have occurred, and what is the way to overcome that current dilemma? And similarly, I had looked into different ways of using the UN mechanisms in order to make a breakthrough. But now we have the theory of two hostile states. And so the DPRK and South Korea, the ROC, are now engaging in not just in competition of the regime, but also a competition of survival. my assessment is that it's not because of the internal situations in either Koreas, but rather this is happening in the change of power structures in the international community. And under the circumstance, the possibility of cooperation through SDG, can that be persuasive enough? I mean, isn't it focusing too much on the discourse within the Korean Peninsula or South Korea? And maybe we are not fully considering the needs of the DPRK. There is that vacuum that exists. And I think this is related to the topic of the forum today. We're talking about inter-Korean human rights cooperation. And I think there was a deliberate intention on how the title was worded. But anyhow, the South Korea should be included as an agent of action under this framework. However, if, as I see it, DPRK and the ROK are forced into a competition over survival. And under the changing international circumstances, who will take the initiative with regards to the future of Korean Peninsula and East Asia? Well, the DPRK, there is no need for the DPRK to engage in human rights cooperation with the ROK. And so if you ask North Korea request for cooperation when they don't have the need, that's not going to be effective. And so that's the question that I want to pose to the presenter. On the presentation by Dr. Chung Gu-jin, it has to do with the legal aspects. So Korean Constitution and the legal framework of South Korea used to interpret North Korean residents as having legal status. And I think that was the beginning point. But even if you're looking at the same legal structure, two presenters gave different views. We have the ICSCR. And if you look at Article 2, if you interpret the Article 2 as is, and logically you justify that there is that responsibility because this is a legal norm. And so if you see it from that perspective and say that aside from the South Korean legal framework perspective, even under the international legal foundation, there is still that foundation that North Korean residents have the legal status to have their human rights be protected. And so there's that legal responsibility stemming from the fact that we are UN parties, and also the fact that there's that legal responsibility that exists as a result of South Korean legal system. So we need to address the disparity between the two. So we have to take a broader perspective as we try to look at the legal basis of the North Korean people's legal status. And also, North Korea is an agent right now. It has its own thoughts, it has its own actions. Its actions and thoughts are bound to change. So if we take that approach, all of the South Korean North Korea human rights related actions can be interpreted as having hostile intentions. So if we look at try to talk about North Korean human rights issue, when we consider North Korea and regime to be illegal, can be seen as a violation or interpreted as a violation of the North Korean human rights. And so in this under the fact that this interpretation exists, well, how can we overcome that? And so I'm trying to work hard as a discussant. On the presentation by Dr. Hong Ji-young, yes, you made an important point. You talked about human rights and intervention, and instead of aid assistance, capacity building will be more important. In the 1980s, as China was becoming a more prominent member of the international community, I remember that the area where international cooperation was promoted first is sending Chinese officials overseas, so international collaboration. And it had uncomfortable relations with the U.S. So with Canada and Singapore, China, began its overseas exchange programs, which was the foundation for capacity building for development cooperation. And North Korea has that same needs right now. And looking at how DPRK is sending its young people overseas, we see that there is that need. And so satisfying this need should be the basic approach in development cooperation. But looking at it more specifically, Dr. Hong Ji-young said that it should not be in the form of aid, but it has to be capacity building projects based on the needs of North Korea. So we can reference the party-led international or multilateral collaborative fund that was developed by Ireland. And I think that's a very innovative solution. And this is not often mentioned in these conferences on North Korea. So I think that's a very unique proposal which we should take note of. For North Korea to have its own self-determined, self-led development, it's as it is trying to engage in this effort, it has come up with a list of capacity building needs. And so based on that list, the international community should be providing the support. That is going to lead to more capacity building. And an important characteristic to consider here is that we have to base the framework building based on the needs of the North Korean people. And through international cooperation, we'll be carrying out those needed projects. In terms of considering South Korea's economic status and its role in the international community, and under the current Lee Jae-myung government, different multilateral diplomacy efforts should be developed. Canada or European countries right now is looking at the hegemony change of the U.S. and is developing Plan C, Plan Bs right now. And I think that is also a direction that South Korea should consider. In other words, South Korea led policy of dominating North Korea. We're not talking about that. We are talking about engaging in multilateral diplomacy so that gradually we can strengthen South Korea's influence against North Korea. And also, it is in line with the responsibility of South Korea as a UN party also. And so we need to look at these models more in detail and develop those further. And that will give us a way for us to ensure that DPRK will not feel threatened about its regime as it tries to respond to the international call for human rights cooperation. Considering the diplomatic capacity or diplomatic culture of South Korea, South Korea tends to avoid engaging in any diplomatic efforts in which South Korea will not eventually stand out. But I think that's a wrong approach, because on some areas, some dimensions, the ROC should refrain from making itself stand out. So we have this good opportunity to create a great story under this framework of inter-Korean human rights cooperation. And there are two perceptions within South Korea. Some say that we have to engage in active effort, so we have to pave the way for cooperation with North Korea, and they want to be proud and vocal about it. But on the other hand, there are those who say that North Korea should be left to use its own capabilities to develop its human rights situation. So the proposal of Dr. Hong Ji-young, I believe, can harmonize the two needs better. As for the specifics, we still have to develop them further.
다 읽으시고.
So he has read through all of the 3 presentations, and he has also raised questions and given commentaries to all of the presenters. So thank you. And now, last but not least, is Professor Young-Soo Yu from the University of North Korean Studies. We have 24 minutes left, so to give some time to the floor, please be brief. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Young-Soo Yu from the University of North Korean Studies. So first of all, Director Tae-hoon Lee, now he has provided more spark to the discussion, but for me it'll be different. Now the first presenter talked about the legal basis, and the second and third presenters talked more about the international basis. But now, so I was thinking about what I can do, and I thought that perhaps I can talk about the political and the social basis, because there are some areas where we still have yet to find the common ground. So that is where I would like to approach. Now I started with this insight. Now, in our society, has there been ever advancement in North Korean human rights? Perhaps so, yes. And also, have there been cooperation and exchange between the South Korean society and North Korea? Yes, of course. But have there been advancement in or cooperation in human rights for North Korea? And the answer would be perhaps no. Right, so the human rights improvement being the goal of inter-Korea cooperation, perhaps that has never happened so far. Then perhaps that is where we need to muster our thoughts and draw out the political and societal agreement. And if necessary, maybe we can also specify them into laws. But since I'm not a legal expert, I will not go into that. But then what should be the basis for the inter-Korea cooperation? Of course, if it can also have the North Korean engagement in defining the basis, but given the fact that we cannot, then perhaps it is only half of the work. But still, it will be worthwhile for us to think about and find the basis in South Korea upon which we can work toward inter-Korea cooperation. And that will be something. So if we are to think about the one thing that also needs to be further developed on the Korean Peninsula, then what could that be? So I would like to discuss that with you. But perhaps it is too obvious, so I might sound like a history teacher, but it is something that must be there, and also for the human rights in North Korea. So if we are to improve the human rights situation in North Korea, then this perhaps is the one that we need. Now what is important is, now normalizing human rights, I would say that that could be after 1945, could be 1948. But then the global society taking real actions, then that would be in 1977. And that is when the CPR committee began to give reports, national reports. So it's been less than 50 years, and so not that many countries have received the review. And perhaps the one country that received the most review probably received about 10 times. But now what is important here is that the ordinary norms would not work for the human rights. So that is really the one lesson that we have learned. But if we are to just hold on to this thinking that we need to pursue universal human rights, then again, that is only going to be half the picture. So we also need to look outside the ordinary norms, and also so we need to learn our lessons from the past 100, 200 years, and that is that we need to look outside the ordinary norms when it comes to the human rights and human rights cooperation. So that is also the one lesson perhaps that we can apply to inter-Korea cooperation as well. And that also leads to another question, meaning whether cooperation in and of itself would lead to peace. Now, human rights and peace, how overlapping they are, or how they can move along together or not. But anyway, so when we say cooperation, then we always think that peace would come along together. But when we look at for example, the Straits issue, then we can see that that is not necessarily the case. So again, peace is not the automatic product of cooperation. We need to think of it on its own, and we also need to think about the human rights as on its own. That would be also one more premise that we need to have on top of the basis of the lessons that we have learned from the past international human rights regime. And one more comment is, now in the morning session, the overseas presenters, so what they have presented and what is staying still in my mind is, now when we have international cooperation or international involvement, then the purposes has to be really focused. So perhaps it might be limited to Cyprus, but still, for international organizations, so oftentimes they are just satisfied with just the fact that the dialogue is ongoing. So I believe that that was written in her papers. But so perhaps on the Korean Peninsula as well, we are simply focusing on maintaining stability. So maybe you're just focusing, so both the international community and South Korea, maybe we're just focused only on stability. But if we are to move further, then I believe we need to think more about more proactive peace if we are also to move toward human rights as well. And then also about international involvement, how we are going to secure the international involvement. Of course, earlier we also talked about defense and also the questions about defense cooperation. But so also the head of the Seoul office of the UNOHCR has left. But anyway, so they say that $5.4 million. So they are short of $5.4 million from the funding that they need, but still we still have some way to go. And they say that in the past they would get about $25 million. So again, I mean, it is not such a big amount, but again, there is a shortage. So perhaps this is where we can be more proactive. And I'm not sure whether this is politically right or not, but then now we also have a build-up in the Inter-Korea Cooperation Fund, and I understand that there can also be more utilization of that. So then perhaps we can include the Inter-Korea cooperation from the perspective of the international human rights cooperation. Because for such international cooperation to move, then we also need to have the moral motivation and also, of course, the resources as well, because they will be the elements that would make the cooperation more efficient and give more traction to the cooperation as well. So that would enable more effective international involvement as well. In other words, for North Korea, so the Inter-Korea cooperation for human rights, so no matter the process that we go through or no matter the modality, what we need the most would be the the agreement, the societal consensus that should serve as the biggest political and the social basis. And also for the international involvement, if we have the moral upper hand and the resources, then this will provide even greater traction for international involvement as well. Thank you. All right, thank you. So then again, to improve the human rights of North Koreans, what can we do? So the kind of role that we can play. So perhaps that is one question for which in-depth discussion had been lacking from our side. But again, for the human rights cooperation, now how can we build the consensus from our end first? So that was the kind of in-depth introspection that we need to have first. So thank you very much for providing that input. And now I believe we have about 15 minutes left. So if there are any questions from the audience, so not comments, but if you have any questions, then please go ahead.
우리 주관한 김태원 박사님.
Dr. Kim Tae-won, who is an organizer, do you have any question?
네, 특별히 저희
Our moderator, Dr. Kim Soo-am, gave me an opportunity to give a question, so thank you very much for that. I'd like to give a question with a broad perspective. So we talked about the domestic policy and international cooperation and the UN mechanism. So the presentations were centered on these three topics. But for me personally, it's important for us to connect all three. So of course, whether inter-Korean human rights cooperation itself is possible or not, leaving that aside, if we're going to institutionalize that cooperation, from the presenter's perspective, what are the legal and institutional vacuums that we need to fill first, or challenges that we need to overcome first? So that's the question. So in the interest of time, we're going to accept one more question. Ambassador, yes, I have a simple question. When we talk about human rights cooperation, we talk about right to development and right to peace. But the South Korean government at the UN, oftentimes abstains from the UN resolutions. So development right and peace rights, those are concept of right concepts that we don't really talk about in South Korean society. So how are we going to address this in our society? And in the peace sector and development sectors, there's a lot of interest, but the US right now is officially opposing these rights. So we have this misstep in our position with the US. So how can you overcome this challenge? We have about 12 minutes remaining. And so obviously we don't have enough time for the presenters to address all the questions. So I can just give you 3 minutes each for your answer. We'll go in the reverse order. So Professor Lim, do you want to go ahead? Thank you very much for the comments and the questions. Our discussants gave me some questions, so I will address those. Yes, ultimately, you're right. Humanitarian assistance and capacity building, are they separate things? I don't think so. Basically, humanitarian assistance should enable the ability to work, which will enable capacity building. According to some survey, 1/3 of the North Korean residents are malnourished. And so if that's a situation, they won't be able to develop. And so first of all, we need to begin with providing assistance to those in vulnerable situations, but at the same time, we need to engage in capacity building as well. So the two are not separate, but they are things to be pursued in parallel fashion. There are 6 UN agencies that are still operating in North Korea, and soon, I believe these agencies, the staff will re-enter North Korea because there's that need in North Korea. And once they do go back to North Korea, well, the framework is still working. In 2020, since the staff have pulled out, the framework itself has continued to be extended. And if you look at the framework, it's very detailed. So it also talks about guaranteeing transparency through the principle of no access, no assistance. And North Korea accepts that principle. And if you look at the UN reports, there's a lot of abidance on the part of North Korea. And so humanitarian assistance through UN should continue. And also at the same time, there is the right to development and right to declaration and a right to peace also. We have to engage in those capacity building work as well. Again, even if the South Korean government or South Korean society's efforts are not recognized globally, it's okay. It's important. What's important is to continue on with our efforts, and that is going to lead to new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you for Professor Lim, and now Dr. Hong. First of all, I would like to thank Senior Research Fellow Lee and Director Lee and Professor Yu. Thank you very much for the good comments, and thank you for raising some of the issues that I hadn't thought about. And one thing really was impressive to me was about how can we do this behind the scenes without really showing it off. Now, yes, there have been some projects as well. So there have been such projects, so low profile and also small scale, but also behind the scenes. And even for those, we need to convince the people. But let's say if we have the multilateral frame, then perhaps you can have the kind of consensus that says that Korea should not miss out on this. So let's say there are multiple countries that are getting together to provide support to North Korea, and then people inside Korea would also be thinking South Korea cannot miss out on this. So then, but that would be different from taking the leadership in such project. So today I was not able to explain the IFI at length, but now inside, so there is a governance that is like the board of directors, and then inside this there are also the technical committees. So there are a lot of tricky mechanisms inside. So the US was not able to officially influence the decision, but still, because of their big funding, they do have de facto influence. So likewise for Korea, perhaps under the waters, we could grow our influence, but still, maybe we can create the kind of instrument that would be acceptable to North Korea. And I believe that that can be designed technically in terms of the governance structure. So perhaps we can put our ideas together to come up with such a design or mechanism. Thank you. I think it's like this. So for, let's say there is the UN permanent officer in North Korea, so recently made a visit. But anyway, so they withdrew, I think, in June. So then since the officer was in North Korea and they had the discussions, so if the UN organizations are to enter North Korea again, then perhaps cooperation through the UN organizations could be one approach. Another possibility could be, now Dr. Hong and also Professor Lim mentioned this, but then now the UN strategic framework, the 2017 to 2022. So this was suspended because of the COVID-19. But again, for the Ministry of Unification, so if we are to work toward the human rights issues of North Korea, then, well, perhaps UN worked because of their international credibility. But then also perhaps we could create something like a strategic framework, since North Korea was able to get involved in such strategic framework with an international organization. Then perhaps between the two Koreas, we could create a similar strategic framework for, let's say, human rights or development. And if yes, then how are we going to get the reaction or response from North Korea? And last presenter, Dr. Chung Kujin. My presentation was quite long, but I think I failed to thank you. Well, those who study the legal basis of inter-Korean cooperation or inter-Korean relations, oftentimes we feel isolated because what is natural in the legal dimension is perceived or understood very differently in other dimensions or areas. So I really appreciate this opportunity to give a presentation to share our sector's perspective. On the comments, well, it's a legal responsibility, but South Korea has this responsibility as a member of the international community. And so South Korea has the responsibility for not just North Korea human rights, but also for universal human rights issues as well. However, if you try to interpret that on the Korean Peninsula, there's that responsibility for protecting the North Korean human residents. But of course, you know, if South Korean government doesn't have that responsibility towards North Korea, then there's no need for us to engage in these kinds of discussions. There are, in fact, many areas where there is that violation of CPR or ESCR, but we have a very different approach to North Korea. So why are we so fixated, so entrenched in the issue of North Korean human rights compared to other areas or other countries? So seen from that perspective, I think the answer is quite easy. So we have to look at the practical aspect as well. You know, to provide assistance to North Korea, this will require funding and budget. It could be direct funding or support, or indirectly through international cooperation. And
that funding right is in the hands of the people of South Korea. And so for South Korean people, particularly the young generation who has a hard time living their lives today, will they be positive? Will they be accepting of the responsibility of South Korea to provide support to North Korean human rights? So I think that's going to be another challenge for us to overcome. And that was a major issue when I was a member of the legal committee at the Ministry of Unification. But looking at the K-culture trend, so for example, the K-pop Demon Hunters, which was developed based on the Western fun, people are, craving and, going frenzy over this culture. And because there is that a fundamental underlying common identity as the Korean people. And so if we work on that, I think we needed to continue to emphasize the fact that we have a legal responsibility to protect the rights of the North Korean people as well. With regards to taking complementary measures or supplementary measures for legal and institutional foundation or system, well, MOU, the Ministry of Unification right now is engaging in efforts to revise a specific act, but I think we need an overhaul of the overall legal system as well. So personally, I feel that we need an overall revamping. And last year, well, under the previous administration, I conducted a research on the legal basis for inter-Korean cooperation. But of course, the project had stopped midway. But anyhow, in that process, the North Korean human rights issue, many things were said, but one thing that stood out is that, the opinion that I received was that, you have to write this book or write this report thinking that North Korean regime is going to also read it. So we are observing, both sides are observing each other. And so with the president alone, we have to, in other words, we have to take measures to build trust, to ensuring that each side is not going to take preemptive measures to attack each other. But right now, I don't think we are engaging in that effort. And so looking at the current legislation, the emphasis is on the avoidance of preemptive strike. And that is also emphasized by North Korea as well. And with regards to the legal system right now, it does define the basic relationship between the two Koreas as a state-to-state relationship. But there is also some adjustment necessary depending on different sectors. So when it comes to environment or the basic living, we could have a different approach. So we could have a dimension or sector-based level of legislation work. And also there is legal basis for the using specific funds or budget for inter-Korean cooperation. And so for North Korean residents who have that legal legislation under the Korean legal status under the Korean legislation system, we could also consider revising the funding or budget that will support them as well. With regards to whether cooperation is the right terminology, well, or should we call it support, and how will that be seen by North Korea? Well, we have to think about that as well. And so in practical terms, I'm not saying that we need to curry favor with North Korean regime, but since we have a responsibility to guarantee the right to life of the North Korean residents, well, CPR is important. However, I believe that ESCR should come first and then CPR can follow later on. And so we can begin with the low-hanging fruits and improve in areas of human rights where we can begin to have legal revision more easily. And so, of course, the basic rights, other basic rights are also important, but the current impasse can also present us with opportunities to begin with areas where we can. Thank you.
아까도 말씀드렸지만
Now, this was said before, but our perspective on North Korean human rights, to approach this as cooperation, perhaps is the first time in Korea. So I do hope that this can be the seed to blossom into the specific approaches for cooperation among the government, civil society, and other relevant organizations as well. So I would like to thank the organizers of today's conference, the Ministry of Unification, the Korean Association of North Korean Studies. Thank you. And also let me thank the 3 presenters and the discussants as well. And also, given that this is the last session, I would also like to thank the interpreters for overcoming the language barrier for the long hours. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, we conclude session 3. So let us give another big round of applause to the moderator, presenters, and the discussants. Thank you. And now, with that, we have come to the end of the official program for the Policy for Peaceful Coexistence and Inter-Korean Human Rights Cooperation Conference. So thank you very much to all the participants and have a safe trip back home. Thank you.